Welcome everybody. It's your boy We-On-Loc Nation. No intro music. Just going straight. Go into it. I am solely disgusted, disturbed. I'm I'm not at a loss for words, but I know what to say and how to say it to an individual who is scum of the earth at this point. It's nothing funny about this thing. It's nothing funny about him. It's nothing funny about what he is doing. All right. He's been doing this thing for a mere 16, 17 years, and it's done absolutely nothing for, but he's been getting cash apps, no doubt about it. He's been getting money for this. But this is getting too goofy, too weird. And for the people who are in his chat, I would like to say to them, you are scum. I mean, I know half of you really do hate this dude, Umar. Really do hate Umar. I accept it, but for you to not see the writing on the wall on this thing is very, very weird. Very, very suspect. Just like I said, Sweet on Lock Nation. I usually do the intro. I don't do intros. I want to be in and out of this thing because it's very, very disturbing, and it's very, very disturbing to me how people don't see how weird this guy is. Lenon Honor is a weird guy. And you don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to look at me and say, "Well, why you follow?" Just look at it for yourself. You go on in there every night, and again, I know a third of these people despise Omar, but I ask for the rest of you. I don't know how you don't see the clown in this guy. I just don't. I don't see it. Umar, ever since 10, possibly maybe 13 years ago, hasn't called this guy out not one time after the fact. He hasn't called this guy out. He don't even know who this guy is. He doesn't even mention this guy's name. All right, he usually say struggle streamer, but that could be anybody. That possibly could be even me, but I ain't no damn struggle. I ain't no damn struggle streamer. I could care less. But I know he's not talking about me because I'm one of his supporters. But he's talking about the ones that normally talk trash, yada yada yada. You get it. But it's mind-boggling to me. Umar has not stated not one iota of this guy. And this is weird. I don't even know how else to say it. I don't know how else to put it in words. He's weird. He was weird then. He's weird now. I mean, he keeps repeating himself over and over again. The only time you catch him saying some new shit is some new shit comes up. Other than that, he'll repeat, wash, rinse, and repeat, and then go. And I absolutely caught him in his video tonight. I absolutely caught. Oh, he's living with in his mama's closet. No, he ain't living in his mama's closet. He got a house. He got a property, and he has his mama with him. I caught him saying that. And he basically he has a time. He's developed this time. Anybody who develops a timeline and does not have the whole complete facts of everything, he just gets everything off the internet. That's what you do. You Google everything off the internet. Doesn't necessarily make it true or whatever. But you get everything off the internet, so you just distribute a timeline. Then you go to these semantics where he has HIV or something, which he can absolutely sue Lenon Honor for if he really wanted to. and and then of course this thing with his daughter. Everybody with Nissa, which I'm not going to even stress on it. That's his daughter. People should just mind their own damn business. You have enough problems of your own, Lenon. You have way more than enough problems on your own. Just because you have 5 kids doesn't mean you taking care of them properly. Let's just put it out there. You have in the past embarrassed your children. Hell, you put your children on the internet. And it not necessarily me who's actually doxed you. I don't know how to dox people. You get those people in the Umar. I don't even affiliate people in the Umar sector anymore, except for D Durrell. That's mainly it. I don't affiliate myself with anyone in that sector. People proclaim they're not from that sector anymore. The sector doesn't exist anymore. That's bullshit. I don't understand. I don't understand. But needless to say, no one other than mainly 2 people have doxed you. But you put it on E5 simply because you don't like him. Very, very disturbing, very, very weird. So tonight I heard him. I decided to. I said, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? So I mean, of course I cut it on, and of course he's doing the exact same thing he does every other night. He actually took a week off. Oh my goodness. He took a week off. Excellent. Just to get his strength back, just to talk about this dude. And y'all don't find that weird. That is insane. That's just like he's P. Diddy at this point, or broke P. Diddy at this point, stalking his prey, and minus the baby lotion. I don't know what he does. I don't know what he does. I don't even care. So minus the baby lotion, minus the free. Well, I know he wants to do something strange to Umar, but Umar's a heterosexual. How is it that, again, we all stress this out. How the hell you gonna be married, allegedly married to a woman? How the hell are you gonna get married to a woman with 5 kids and you constantly doing this for 7 hours? Shameful. Shameful indeed. So, like I said, I I reviewed it. I was not reviewed it. I watched it. I watched it for a few minutes and I just kept cutting it off. I was like, this guy is spineless. Instead of just talking out the side of your neck, why don't you just go ahead and debate him? Call him out, debate him. He's gonna ask for a chunk of change. And who knows, if you beat him, which you know you can't, he might just give you your props and give you your money. He might just give you props. Hell, he might give you a compliment afterwards. I fairly doubt it because you can't beat him. You will not beat Umar in a debate of anything. And I don't even know why Umar followers, especially I count myself in that. I don't know why Umar followers give this dude any type of shot. I just did it because I got irritated and he said a couple of things that I did not appreciate. Plus, he went back on his word. He went back on his word about the family. He's still talking about Umar's family. But you're not doing anything different than any of these yahoos are doing about talking about relationships, talking about black women and all of such and such. You're not doing anything different, dude. You're doing the exact same shit, acting like a fucking child. And it's crazy. You are nearly saying things instead of calling them out and calling them to the carpet, calling them for the debate. He doesn't know you. I'm gonna tell you straight up, he does not know you. But apparently, you got people who you sent over, you and anti-Afro Spengali sent over to continuously spy on this guy, which is quite childish and quite sick. Damn. It's quite childish and it's just sickening. It's just sick. So I hope, you know, at this point, what I would merely do if I were Umar, no, screw that. If I was Umar's father, I would put the feds on you. I would literally put the feds on you. I will put the feds on you, start an investigation, or I would do both. And of course, I would write a what you call it, a cease and desist letter. I will write a cease and desist. I will write a cease and desist. It's like, please stay away from me. And if you do any more videos with my name on them, that's a violation. It's a violation. That's what I would do if I was Umar's father. Even though Umar and Jamal don't get along, I would still, even if I was Umar, I would put that restraining order on him. I would. I absolutely would. Dude's a clown. Dude is a straight up clown. He's a clown. I mean, you've seen the videos, and most of them are members only. Make it make sense. You think you're gonna get something? You're gonna get some extras out the deal? Come on, it ain't nothing. I was supposed to be covering the riots and what's going on in LA right now. I was supposed to be doing that. I was supposed to be covering how the military, the Marines, are stationed along with the National Guard, are stationed in LA right now. They are stationed in LA right now to this day because of these Mexicans. But no, which is my fault. But I want to show you some old shit that he just keeps spewing out, and it doesn't make any sense.
Johnson.
Yeah, Black Anonymous. You know what year this was when this came out? Because I don't think I have it archived with the year. That's why I couldn't find it earlier.
But still, we want to encourage our people.
Determination. I work with
private
practice, public schools, superintendents, principals, special ed attorney, advocate.
Always trying to prove he doesn't have 6 degrees. Always trying to prove he doesn't have. Whatever happened to? I have a degree. Period. I have a degree. So what does it even matter?
I'm founder of my very own advocate group, the National Independent Black Parent Association.
Doesn't exist.
I am a blood relative of the great Frederick Douglass. I am former Minister of Education of Marcus Garvey's movement, the Universal Negro Improvement Association, and I am author of the book, Psychoacademic Holocaust, Special Education, and ADHD Wars Against Black Boys, which is the only book ever written by a Black school psychologist specifically to Black parents with detailed strategies on how they can effectively advocate for their children in public and charter schools.
Wow, that's a mouthful. And I'll tell you that I've been listening to you for a very long.
I've known this. I've heard of this woman before, Cynthia A. Johnson. I've heard of this woman before, and she is very controversial. Very controversial. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But Umar's been having some very controversial interviews in the past, radio interviews, and so on. So when you've been through this many interviews, some good, some bad, and you've answered the same crazy ass questions for a whole decade, for a whole decade, you tend to get numb to it, right? You tend to get numb to it, and I even ask him, how do you sustain for this long? And with his spirituality and his patience, I had to give it to him, man. I had to give Umar this much. I probably would have crashed out. I'd have crashed out on a couple people, which he had crashed out before, but that was only one time he had crashed out on somebody. I mean, it was funny to me how he crashed on a Cyrus suit. I'd have crashed out on that nigga too.
Time, and I want to say that you are smart. What is it on what's that movie? You is smart, you is intelligent, and you are loved here. But before we go on with the show, Dr. Umar, I don't know how much research you've done on me, but everyone that I have on my show, I try my very best to do as much research on them as I can. And speaking of you, and you're an incredible person. We have incredible people.
Yeah, I remember this interview. It was a crap shit interview.
Throughout our country, Black folks are just some of the most smart, if not the smartest people I know. But when I did my research, Dr. Umar, I did not find any college that you attended. What college did you attend to get your doctorate degree, and what year?
Sure, I'll answer that question. But let me first say this. There is no law that requires anyone's degree to be published.
This is what you call a qualifying statement. This is what liars do oftentimes, a qualifying statement.
Published online. So you may not see my information on, but you may not see the information for a lot of scholars online.
It's kind of funny. If a white man could find his information, why couldn't she?
I earned my undergraduate degree in psychology and political science from the Millersville University of Pennsylvania.
Notice how he says undergraduate degree. He doesn't say degrees, and that's because it's a double major. But he counts it. These days, he counts them as 2 degrees, so that he can get to 6. When in point of fact, he has 5. Got him.
What's the name of it?
Millersville University.
Bitch, does it matter? I don't give a fuck if he has 7. I don't give a fuck if he has 1. He has a degree. Get over it.
Pennsylvania. I earned my school psychology degree also from Millersville University. And I earned my master's degree from Lehigh University in educational leadership. And I earned my 6th degree, my 5th and 6th, a master's and doctorate in clinical psychology from the Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine. 6 degrees and all. Not that should matter, because it is my work that counts, not my education, but that is the education.
All right. And under the name of Umar Johnson, for those of us who want to check, let me just say this. I've been dealing with some things over the weekend, and I don't want, and there's been a lot of questions presented to me. So of course, when we have someone as distinguished as you,
sounds like a Roland Martin all over again.
I know that you want our people to be involved, and not only involved, but to do their research. Would you agree?
I don't have a problem with that. My proof is in my pudding. It's not.
See how much attitude he gets.
Not my degree.
He's so sassy.
Dr. Umar Johnson. It's the work that I've done servicing our parents and children for the past 20 years.
And we appreciate that, Dr. Johnson.
Yeah, Black Anonymous, you know what year this was when this came out? Because I don't think I have it archived with the year. That's why I couldn't find it earlier.
But still, we want to encourage our people, even when it comes to voting. to do their part, and that is to research those who are coming before us and talking with us. Do you agree with that?
I would agree partially. I would say the best way to learn somebody is to interact with them. And to that end, I will be in Detroit on Wednesday, December the 30th, speaking at the Shrine of the Black Madonna. And I encourage all your parents in Detroit. More important, get Dr. Umar Johnson's information. This is one of the early videos of Umar being interviewed, one of the early ones. So this has to be before 2019. A lot of people in our community who don't have my credentials, who receive far less criticism than I do.
Let me see if I can find it.
I would encourage them to come out, get the information. I'm one of the few black male school psychologists in this country, and one of the even fewer black males who are going to teach them how to fight this system so they can protect their children from special education, unnecessary placement, juvenile placement, ADHD, psychiatric medication.
Yeah, I just found
instead of just arguing his points, you started going off of who is he, where does he come from, why is it your business? Well, I could tell you the city and state where I'm from, but now you want to know where my mama stay, you want to know where my father stay, you want to know where you acting like a damn blood or a crip. It was like, where you from? I'll tell you where I'm from. You tell me where you from. Did you graduate from here? Do you have 6 degrees? I'm like, does this have anything to do with what's going on in this country? Right now, Donald Trump is acting a mere fool and sending the Marines into American soil. The Marines. I don't mind the National Guard as much, but you just sent in the Marines to solve a problem that is this small. You facing your problem is the Mexicans. It ain't us. We out of that. As black folks, we out of that. Even though I've seen a few African flags out there, which I don't know what's the case with that. We out of that. We don't want nothing to do with what's going on with LA right now. Instead of talking, I'm giving an example. Instead of talking about LA, instead of talking about school to prison pipeline, instead of talking about, things we need to do for survival, we need to be talking about survival tactics at this point, at this very moment, because what's happening today could be happening to your black ass the next morning. You never know. We could be talking about that, but I'm just giving an example. Instead of talking about the school to prison pipeline and what's going on with black children of today, of yesteryears, we want to know. It's basically a Roland Martin again. Roland Martin came with the trap, seen it. It's like, yep, he's taken the bait. He's taken the bait, but he didn't fold. Umar didn't fold. He didn't quiver, not one bit. Not one bit. Let's continue this.
It's from 2015. Okay, this is August 27th or 28th. I'm going to go with 27th of 2015.
Expulsion. I can teach them how to read their child's psychological evaluations. I can teach them how to get their child an approved private school placement at district expense if they find that the school is not properly educating their children.
Yeah, see, this was one of the scams that Umar was running back in the day. It's called. I called it in my notes. I call it compulsory education. No, not compulsory. There's a term for it. I can't remember what it's called. But this is where he would get the school district to pay for your child to get either tutoring for free or to get your child enrolled in a private school, and then the public school system will pay for it. He's a con man even back then.
What?
So I come with a repertoire of experience and history of working with people who don't question who I am and what my degrees are. I will also be in Flint, Michigan,
Oh, you gave $300 to a school on that day. That was around 2012, 2013. Yeah.
So I was
Did you give him any more? Was that your only donation?
On Martin Luther King Day, Monday, January the 18th, the Big Brothers and Big Sisters.
Yeah, I got that one too.
Invited.
Yeah, he called the Christian pastor the N-word and the C word.
There to keynote their annual Martin Luther King Jr. Mentorship Breakfast. So I will be for the first time.
The video
January 18th, but of course next Wednesday in Detroit. Our first visit.
Yeah, but surely Umar, he's only telling people that he started raising up the black people in 2009.
Detroit since March.
Yeah, I've been hearing that same shit, and not having you probably giving it to him as a gift. He probably had said it, but he didn't start looking until 2014, or he didn't start actually getting donations until 2014. Which me and others have verified. First, it was 2012, 2010. No, it was 2010. He started collecting donations. It was 2009. He started collecting donations. Get your timelines right.
So I'm very much looking forward to it.
Was it at a speaking engagement?
Get tremendous support from the African community in Detroit. Last event was a sellout, so we're asking people to get there early.
I don't think he has to tell himself. Also gave after that maybe 100. Okay,
we're almost there.
Tell us.
Yeah, was it at a speaking? Real quick, was it at a speaking engagement that you gave?
Black Madonna is.
She don't fucking know.
You're breaking up, Doctor.
7625 Linwood Street. 7625 Linwood Street. This is Shrine of the Black Madonna, shrine number 1. So this is actually the original shrine from where the philosophy and ideology of Black Christian nationalism was created. And of course, I will be at the shrine in Atlanta 2 days straight. So.
And in January, you will be at Big Brothers, Big Sisters in Flint, Michigan. What is the address there? And then give us the date again, please.
Okay. I don't know the address, but if anyone needs the contact information, they can email.
I knew that he needed money for his school. Yeah. He had been talking about the school long before 2014.
Yeah, you're the
Detroit chapter of the.
Their person as human beings, and you know this, being a student of spirit yourself, we're very vibrational individuals.
See, part of what he's doing too is he's trying to go to the spirituality and to and you know this as a spiritual being too. He's trying to take it out of the realm of proper intellectual process into like the spiritual metaphysical realm, but at the same time placate to her.
Now you're cheap. Now you're trying to tell Umar how to talk. You're trying to tell Umar how to critique. His words is fake. He's not a spiritual man. Dude is weird, man. Dude is weird. It's called having a conversation. So now you're gonna police how people have a conversation? You're fucking weird, dude.
What's the word though? Flattery. He's trying to flatter her to kind of bring her back down to where, because he can sense now that she's on to him.
So you can learn more from the vibration of a person than you ever could from their bio or credentials.
I wish that was totally true, because I have had people look me directly in the face and lie at the same time.
Oh Lord, there we go. She reminds me of Queen Mother a little bit too, don't she?
Both ways.
You know,
both ways.
Yep,
so
pander.
So I always encourage people to research. And by the way, the research that I do is not just online, but I encourage people to pick up the phone, use the good old pen and paper, make phone call, and get certified records if necessary, and that can be found. I went to and I went to the Pennsylvania challenge you, doctor, listen to and hear from a man who is speaking truth to our people. But I also want them to be cognitive and smart enough to do your own research. So anyway, when I went to the state of Pennsylvania where you practice, the state of Pennsylvania, there was nothing under the name Umar Johnson. So what name is your degree under?
I remember this quite frequently. This is the woman that absolutely got on my freaking nerves. But yet, Umar doesn't run from anyone. Just one.
Your certified psychologist degree. Hello?
Yes.
Dr. Umar?
Yes.
Umar was like, oh, shit. Umar? Yeah.
I'll do something with them teeth, nigga. Okay. He's trying to prove that he is running away from a question. Like I said, if white people can find this dude's credentials, can find this dude's degrees, and act ignorant in the process, how come anybody else couldn't find this?
She wasn't playing. He was about to hang up. He said, let me go ahead and get up off here.
Degrees is your degree under? Your certified psychologist degree. Hello?
Yes.
Dr. Umar?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
I was asking you.
No, I heard the question. Let me answer you. When you earn a doctorate degree in psychology, the state Bureau of Psychology, the State Board of Psychology, does not keep a listing of everyone with a doctorate. They don't keep a listing at all of anyone with a doctorate. The State Board of Psychology keeps a list of individuals who have earned their license in psychology.
Do you have a license?
I have my doctorate. Yes, ma'am. Their license and their license only. I have my doctorate in clinical psychology. I am certified as a school psychologist. Your certification does not come from the state board. Your certification comes from the State Department of Education.
I see what he's saying.
The only person we have a doctorate is the school I graduated, because the State Board of Psychology does not keep those records, nor are they interested in those records. They keep a record purely of those who are licensed. I do not hold a license. And the reason I do not hold a license is because my expertise is in school psychology, in which I am certified. That's what.
Yeah, and yet he claims to be a therapist.
I spend 95% of my time. I do conduct clinical evaluation, and since I'm not licensed, if I conduct a clinical evaluation, that means I have to get a licensed psychologist to sign off on my evaluation. For clinical work, for psychoeducational work, I don't need anybody to sign off because I am certified. The problem is when people are not in a particular field, they don't understand the regulations of the field. They don't understand the different areas of the field, and they'll go looking for something that they know nothing about and end up drawing.
Well, at times he gets his driver's license revoked for child support. So yeah,
false conclusions about the person they research.
And see, that's just the. That's just the point. People have a right to look up who is going inside of their minds. People have a right to know what type of doctor, be it medical or psychological, they have a right to know who those people are.
Exactly.
And
Sports
so
bet.
going back to the question, for your certified psychology degree, what name can we find it under?
Psychology degree. You get a degree from an institution.
Okay.
As I said again, my certification comes from the State Department of Education, as I said a moment ago.
Dr. Umar, why is it so hard for you just to answer the question?
Because I answered your question, and I think it's a ridiculous waste of time that we're worrying about where I got my degrees from instead of educating your parents on the law.
We want to.
Here we go, Joshua. Didn't he do this yesterday for the Lord Jamar? It's the same thing. You see, he does the same thing. So I want to pull this up just to tie back to what James Kelly was saying earlier. Umar, he does not like to be challenged. He wouldn't accept a debate from someone who's highly educated, especially.
Oh, but your silly ass, excuse me, high educated. Oh, Lenon Honor is the most physical, highly educated person in the United States of America, but yet he struggles to keep his family afloat. So therefore, he's the right fit to debate Umar Johnson in a debate, a champion versus champion. Get the fuck out of here. This dude's a lunatic, a fraud, a charlatan, a liar, and a coward. That's what Lenon Honor is. And a weirdo, I might add. You might as well just tack on weirdo. For you doing this for 16 years and trying to prove something, that's crazy. That is just freaking crazy. And I feel so sorry. No, I don't feel sorry for the Cookie Crush chat. Because you're the one that motivates them every year. Every single year. Every single year we have to go through this. For 16 years, we got to go through this. Why? Why? Because you couldn't debate him yourself, coward.
Someone who's in the field of psychology. This lady is questioning him, and I get it. Umar, there's plenty of people that have questioned him on this, but he has a very difficult time responding to these types of questions without getting emotional, and he has a very difficult time.
Whoa. Let's not talk about emotional now, because there was a Pacific person that used to be in the Umar sector. I forgot what the boy's name was. I didn't like him. But what he did, when he pressured you, them pipes busted like it just busted. Them pipes busted, boy. And you lost your shit. You literally lost your cool that day. When was it? No, it wasn't Nappy Yankee. Why do I have Nappy Yankee in my brain? I don't even know why. And there was a certain individual, I got the clip. There was a certain individual who asked you, so what Umar is doing, you're basically doing the exact same thing. And you're like, no, that's not the exact same thing. I didn't steal from the people. I didn't steal from the people at all. I had to move, and I had to do this, and I had to do that, and I had to do wop-de-wop, boop-de-boop-de-boo. You basically were a beggar, sir. If you don't call Umar a beggar for opening up a school, we call you a beggar for moving from LA to Utah. And you were selling some old ass shit for a high ass price. You I was gonna say the F word. Good Lord. I was gonna say the F word. Let me let this play.
All right. For time's sake, everyone, I'll have some of this inside the documentary for sure, because this lady was one of the forerunners who first started G-checking Umar a long time ago.
No, there was somebody else before.
Someone had brought up how Umar was behaving. Wait, which one is this? Is this one?
No,
okay.
Why don't you play the entire clip, numbnuts? Play the entire clip. How she got smoked. Play the entire clip. You just playing little snip pickets to get your little ego up. Play the entire clip.
He was on a Christian radio show. I have that. Let me just see if we can find the timestamp real quick. We do this real quick.
Wait a second. I hope it ain't the one that I had just listened 2 weeks ago. It better not be that.
Stop going into the public domain, making politically irresponsible, dangerous, and ridiculous comments. Amber Geiger and the forgiving of white police killers is another public pronouncement we need to stop making. A part of forgiving killers before they've been convicted. First of all, you shouldn't be forgiving them publicly at all. Because by forgiving our killers publicly, we're creating a political... I wouldn't say it again. We forgave Dylan Roof. Okay? We forgave, Michael Brown's mom didn't forgive. I don't believe Trayvon's mom forgave. Eric Garner's wife didn't forgive. But many of the rest of them forgave the killers of their family members.
So when you say publicly, what do you mean? You mean so
going into the public where everybody can see, i.e. white folks, going into the public, on the television, the radio, the magazine, the newspaper, going to the media, and making a politically irresponsible, ridiculous, and dangerous comment that's going to affect all black people. And I've just given you 3. 1, Obama don't have to do anything for us. Just be black. 2, we don't care if you ignore the law as long as R. Kelly goes to jail. 3, forgiving the killers of black people before convictions. When you do those things, that affects all of us. What happened right after they forgave Amber Geiger? You know what happened right after they forgave Amber Geiger? The police, I believe it was the police, it hasn't been proven, but allegedly, the police assassinated the lone witness in the case. They killed that brother. They killed him. You know why? Because they're going to push for a new trial for Amber Geiger. And they want to get her acquitted. And they're probably going to win. You know why? Because even Botham Jean's...
Most of these goofballs actually give a shit about their own people, but they love forgiving white folks.
Brother say, I don't want you to go to jail.
Yeah.
What kind of shit is that?
Well, listen, I was moved by that. And it's, again, I don't consider myself to be a practicing Christian. Like, I don't go to church or anything like that, but I have respect for because one of my teachers from time I was 15 until 2023, and I still see him as a father figure. He's a devout Christian. So I have respect. And one of the teachings is forgiveness, right?
That's what got you enslaved in the first place, numbnuts. God damn. We're going to learn. We're going to learn. You got the Mexicans. 60% of Mexicans voted for Donald Trump. What's happening now? What's happening right now as we speak, ladies and gentlemen? Why is the National Guard and the Marines stationed in LA on American soil? So quick to forgive, right?
So that moment in that courthouse where Botham Jean's brother forgave her and it was moving and said, "Can I give you a hug?" And listen, it brought me to tears. If I watched today, I would cry.
Man, fuck you.
Umar, because he sees everything through the lens of
if that was me, you killed my brother, I would have put a can't say it. Cannot say it on this here live. Let's just say close encounter, you would have been, yeah. Enough said.
It's a jaded lens of white supremacy and white people are all evil,
and
they're all racist. He's actually said that all white people are racist.
We go.
And so we shouldn't forgive them, and when they cause harm, we shouldn't forgive. But that goes against the tenets of Christianity. So Umar gets on a Christian radio show, and that's the context where they're talking about.
Yeah, dumbass. You know the Ku Klux Klan are Christians too. But then I'm talking to a whole bunch of Negroes that don't even know their own history
of this case, and really the issue is forgiveness. And watch what happens here. Watch what happens here.
Well, let's look at it.
Mockery. We are condoning our own extermination.
Yeah, but let's look at it from a Christian point of view, because as you mentioned earlier, many of us.
I'm not going to look at it from a Christian point of view. I'm an African. I don't give a damn about no religion. Don't know religion. Don't know religion. No religion is that important that it is going to absolve me of a responsibility to look out for my people.
Listen, you can judge him for whatever he does, his brother, but that's his choice. Okay, and that ain't got shit to do with me, so don't direct that shit at me. First of all, let me just check you on that. Don't direct that shit at me. I don't like the tone.
See,
if someone wishes to forgive, they have it in their heart.
Who's off the chain now? Who is off the chain now? Huh? Who's off the motherfucking chain now, boy? Pressure bust pipes, right? Let's read. Jason Daniels. Sorry, Lenon, but forgiving your family's killer is cowardly and a disgrace. So killing your family's killer is cowardly and a disgrace. I truly agree. I truly agree. And this is how your boy acts. As soon as a person disagrees, this is how your boy acts. But Umar's wrong. Umar's wrong and how he acts? Really? So let's compare attitudes. Let's compare them. Watch. Let's compare them.
Or to forgive someone, that's their business. It's not yours. Okay? At me, first of all, let me just check you on that. Don't direct. Listen, you can judge him for whatever he does, his brother, but that's his choice. Okay, and that ain't got shit to do with me, so don't direct that shit at me. First of all, let me just check you on that. Don't direct that shit at me. I don't like to talk.
Why not? Why not?
If someone wishes to forgive and they have it in their heart to forgive someone, that's their business. It's not yours.
And it ain't your business to go around accusing people of what they do. It ain't your business. It ain't your business for what happens to Umar's daughter. It ain't your motherfucking business, bitch. It ain't your fucking business. So why you all up in this business? Because you need the money. Clock that.
Okay. You sorry, all right.
Best interest.
Yeah,
see, let me explain.
Yeah, but you might be missing the point right there, Dr. Umar, because many of people's reality is made up of what they know, and that's
but does that make it acceptable, brother? Does that make it healthy?
Yeah, but that's
we heard all this black people. Yeah, but I don't care about what their religion is. How is that benefiting us?
But look at your point of view as an African.
Pragmatic. Let me give you this point.
Yes, but you have to understand it's contradictory. Umar's called for the murder of black boys. See, Umar can say anything.
Umar's called,
but it's hypocritical at the end of the day.
We're going to debunk this right now. Umar's called for the murdering of black boys. Black boys who kill black boys? So his line was, some of these dudes were going to have to let go. Some of these dudes were just going to have to let go, let the wind carry them wherever they take them, in order to reserve, because mainly that's what's going to happen. You can't put them in jail because It can be, some of them can be rehabbed. Some of them can be in jail. Let me ask you a question. Normally, this question gets to everybody. I'm trying to do something here. Normally, this question gets to everybody. What if that was your daughter and a brother came in and raped your daughter? What would you do? Off, right? So what's the problem? You're getting rid of one to preserve the lives of many others. One bad apple spoils the bunch.
Umar's called for the murder of black boys. All right.
Stupid ass.
Politically pragmatic. You know,
and it's a personal choice. It's a personal choice. And his brother has that choice based upon his religious beliefs. Real talk.
What that means whatever you bring me, I'm going to ask you, how does this benefit black people? If you bring me a white wife, I'm going to ask you, how does that benefit black people? If you bring me a gay black male, I'm going to ask you, how does that benefit black people? You bring me a Walmart and a Starbucks in a black community.
See, that's not his business.
I'm going to ask you, how do we benefit? Okay. Just like when I was on the...
How does living in your mama's closet benefit black people? How does stealing and conning black people out of millions of dollars benefit black people? How being a baby daddy, and a baby mama creator and a deadbeat, how does that benefit black people? Y'all see my point? Let's go.
Breakfast Club the other day, I brought up the brother Byron Allen. How does him getting this contract from Comcast benefit us? How is he going to use this to benefit black people? You're telling me that they Christian, so I have to excuse the behavior? Hell no.
No, it's not that you have to excuse the behavior. It's that you have to accept their reality. Because just as you are an African. You're African and you pro-black. I
have to accept that reality.
Okay, but I'll let you talk.
And I will not accept that reality.
I'll let you talk.
I understand that. What I think you're saying is that's their narrative.
It is. And it is just like being pro-black is your narrative.
Their narrative. To you, how does that narrative benefit black folks? Because one thing I want to be very clear about.
It doesn't.
Absolutely clear about.
That's your narrative.
No
it doesn't
individual. Let me say this point. No individual black person. You, me, Botham John's brother, Botham John's daddy. Okay.
This is bullshit. Okay. Let me explain why. It's not we and them. First of all, but second of all, who's killing black people the most? I'll wait. See, when you get caught up in this whole thinking of them versus us based upon race and white people this and black people this, everything gets jaded. The fact is that the people who are killing black people the most is black people. Now, I want you guys to see what happens here. As Umar is saying this bullshit that some of y'all believe in, and you can believe in whatever you want to. Just like both his brother has to forgive whoever the fuck he. But watch how this spins. You gotta check yourself on that, because that's Umar. He thinks he's so important that he can dictate to other people who they should be forgiving and who they shouldn't. And then if we want to put it in the scope of, they're all killing us. No, it's not what we're talking about. The people who are killing black people the most overwhelmingly is other black people. So what? See, even that is to show you why by the victory. Here we go.
The jail, and even if his rights get violated, the people who said Obama don't have to do nothing for black folks, no individual black person has the right to engage in politically irresponsible behavior that affects the entire race. Let me say that one more time, please. No individual black person, I don't give a damn what their excuse is. I don't care if the excuse is
See the narcissism, he sees himself as if he's the authority and that black people should be doing what he wants them to do. He's living inside his mama closet. He don't have a job. He's a deadbeat. He don't take care of his own kids. He has a substance abuse issue. He's scamming the black community out of millions of dollars. And yet for some reason, it's the narcissism. And it amazes me that there are people who adhere to this type of philosophy, that somehow what you think someone else should be doing, especially when it comes to the personal choice of forgiveness, is your fucking business in the first place. It's not your business. It's irrelevant what you think. From a Christian perspective, Botham Jean, his brother, decided to forgive. It's that simple. Now deal with it.
Christianity. I don't care if the excuse is Islam. I don't care if the excuse is I'm half white. I got a white mom or a white dad. I don't care if the excuse is I went to an Ivy League college.
That man has a right to speak on the behalf of his...
No black person.
Yeah, he got the right to speak on the behalf of his brother.
Engage in politically irresponsible.
And absolutely, I don't care what someone else does. Don't judge me when I don't forgive. Exactly. See? But what's the mentality that thinks that somehow, a person's mentality who thinks that somehow they can dictate to someone whether to forgive or not? Now, watch how all this flips though. Check this out.
Responsible behavior that affects the race.
It wasn't something that when he spoke that they spoke forgiveness for the officer killing their brother. He wasn't looking at it from a political standpoint. That was a person.
That's irrelevant.
That's his brother.
It doesn't matter how he was looking at it, brother. There was political repercussions for that affected all of us.
That's what you say.
Wait a minute. What happened right after they forgave Amber Geiger? Another police officer in the same state murdered another sister in her house as well.
Okay, listen. No, you can't dictate to how someone forgives someone and when someone forgives someone. That's the point. Whether he does it at trial or he does it privately is irrelevant. It's his choice. Now, you can say that it affected sentencing, but how do you know that 100%? You don't know that. You don't know that. But the fact still remains that you can't dictate to someone when they're going to forgive, how they're going to forgive, where they're going to forgive. That's their personal choice. Similarly, it's a personal choice for someone if they don't want to forgive, when they don't want to forgive, how they don't want to forgive, etc. That's the point. All right, let's go.
Do you not understand how we create precedent with our behavior that affects the entire race? Family, it would be acceptable. But what he said influenced a subsequent murder in his own area, my brother. We have to be responsible with our behavior because what you...
Yeah, in a video, Umar, he's a hypocrite. Umar, in a video, he said that you must forgive your parents. I know the video, he actually said a couple of times, you must forgive your parents, but look at how he cussed out his father. You right.
You do, what I do affects all of us.
Hey, check this out. I got a brother. My brother was killed. My brother was killed in 2011. My family, we forgave the person that killed my brother. What are you saying to me?
Was your brother murdered by the police? Was he murdered by a black person? Murdered by a white person? Contact.
Black person.
Was it drugs? Was it accidental? Was it a fight?
Robbery.
What was the
Robbery. Yeah, and we forgave that person. So what are you saying to me?
And y'all forgave the person.
Right.
Who was black.
Right.
Guess what? I take no issue with what y'all did.
Told y'all. So watch yourself on this race. Now what? It gets worse though. Watch.
I take no issue with what y'all did. You know why? Because there is a whole story behind that brother who became that killer. He was a black male who suffered structural racism in the form of miseducation, economic castration, who knows what he went through personally in his own life, psychologically. And it was those circumstances into which he was born, over which he had little control, that led to that murder. And your family understanding that and understanding the need for black people to forgive.
No, that's not the reason we did it.
Family.
Told y'all to be careful with this race bullshit. I told you way before, but y'all kept running your mouth this month. I'm fair. See? Umar doesn't believe in forgiveness, and he doesn't believe in letting other people decide to forgive or not forgive. It's his way or the highway. And all of this is seen through the lens not of forgiveness, no. Or compassion, no. It's seen through the lens of racist ideology. That's it. What Umar would call global white supremacy. Man kill another black man, then forgiveness is okay. Because it's two black people, and it's a black person that killed the other black person. But you let it be a white person, and now it's a problem. Can't forgive that. See, the issue is not even so much forgiveness, it's the ability to choose when you're going to forgive, how, at what point, or when you're going to decide not to forgive. But see, it's a moot point when it comes to Umar, because at the end of the day, if it's a black person killing another black person, yeah, well, let's forgive. But if it's a white person killing a black person, we should. Let me tell y'all one other thing, goofy ass. If that white police officer was a black police officer, many of y'all wouldn't be tripping. But let's say that it was a black police officer who killed Bolton John. And let's say in that moment, Bolton John's brother decided to forgive this black police officer. Would that have been okay? For y'all, even it don't really matter what the fuck you think. It's a personal choice. But would that have made a difference because they're both black? See, some of y'all be like, yeah, he should have forgave him now. Oh, no, that's fine now. Oh, yeah, I know it affected the sentencing, but that's okay because it's a black man. See, here we go. Y'all need to be careful with that race shit. That's the point. Don't get me going off today. See, I told y'all, and then running your mouth. It's a personal choice. And if race is what is dictating you and how you choose to forgive or not, you got a problem. I'm gonna leave it right there. Didn't Umar Johnson ask for context? He's writing fiction. He sure is. He's creating a whole new narrative now. And this black, and you see how it's all, sad. I was started hearing violins in the background, and he has a whole story, and he had a hard childhood, and economic struggles, and he couldn't get a job because of the white man. Umar started doing like this, and that's why he killed that. So yeah, you should forgive him. I told y'all be running your mouth. I apologize. I hope I ain't going off too much, Cookie Cartel. Let me know if I am. Okay, it's nothing personal. I just don't like this idea of having a dictatorial mentality about other people. Okay, for those y'all into all that race shit, that's like it's similar to like white racists who want to dictate to black people how they should be behaved. But now y'all want to do it to black people? Come on, cut it out. It's foolishness. All right, let's go.
The reason we
chose to forgive.
No, the reason we chose to forgive is because it's a Christ-like thing to do. It has nothing to do with making an excuse to how the brother was grown up.
Listen to me. You forgiving a member of the African family is totally different than forgiving a killer who is part of a machine who has
the black guy that killed the black guy's not a killer then? We got about 800 people in the building. Hit the like button if you like it. All you racists, no, I'm just not go through y'all like that. That's too far. I apologize. Here we go.
The deliberate agenda to assassinate black life. Those are two different things. You are confusing an individual black man's mistake with an.
Every once in a while, I don't know. I'll say your name. Every once in a while, I go off. But you see this. Listen to what Umar says right here. It gets a lot worse.
You are confusing an individual black man's mistake with an entire system's agenda to exterminate Africans.
Now I don't.
So it was a mistake. The guy killed the other guy. The black guy killed the other guy. What you mean a mistake? It was a robbery. What are you talking about, Umar? See that? All right.
I don't make an excuse.
You are mixing apples and oranges. Stop trying to use Jesus and Christianity as an excuse for Negroes to coon in public and make excuses for behaviors that are politically irresponsible, that have consequences for all of us, black man. So come on, brother.
So we're supposed to hate them.
Care about your people more than that. Come on.
So we're supposed to hate them, even though they've wronged us. We don't agree.
The word hate. So why did you say that?
Because when you don't forgive a person,
did you just bring up the word hate?
Because let me answer why I brought up hate. When you don't forgive a person and you harbor unforgiveness in your heart, that leads to what? Hate. So I'm just saying, why would I want to walk around? I don't forgive people. Listen to this, Dr. Umar. I don't forgive people for people. I forgive people for me. It's for my peace.
Brother, come on. Let me deal with what you just said. You said if you don't forgive a person, it can turn into hate. First of all, I don't agree that not forgiving someone automatically turns to hate. I do not agree with that. Second of all, we're not talking about an individual, my brother. We're talking about an institution. The United States Police Force is an institution that was created in the days of slavery to patrol and control Negro behavior so that it does not become a threat to the power structure.
So if a white police officer kills a white, an unarmed white man, is it the same then though? So I just think it's an exaggeration. It's like Umar, he's stretching the boundaries on this. And it's a false equivalency because if you're going to tell someone and dictate to someone who they should forgive, when, and what context they should forgive, shouldn't that be all the way across the board? But if it's a black man forgiving a white police officer, it's wrong. But if it's a black man forgiving another black man, then it's okay. See, Umar, he's stretching the boundaries here. It's interesting. I see what he's doing, but it gets a lot worse. Here we go.
We're not talking about an individual. Amber Geiger was not acting as an individual. She was.
Yes, she was. Umar, cut it out.
Acting as part of a machine.
No, she wasn't. Cut it out. Stretching.
A machine.
It's what you call reaching.
Whose intent is to eliminate black life.
No. Most black people are being eliminated by black people, Umar. What machine are you talking about? Anyway, that's the fact.
Brother,
hey, let me show you this.
Apples and oranges.
All right, let's put apples to apples then. Okay, let's look at it from.
They show us apples to apples now.
Oh,
here you go. He getting sassy.
Okay, let's look at it from my narrative. You say that Amber Geiger was acting on behalf of an institution. Well, let's look at the people that crucified and killed Jesus, who was acting also on behalf of an institution. It was not just one man that wanted Jesus killed. It was an institution. Jesus yet still forgave the institution.
Turned him into the white man.
He forgave
to the white man. There weren't no white. What you talking about? White people, it's a modern invention. What are you talking about, Umar? Turn him into the white man. You see how I mean by him stretching stuff? Umar is wild.
Institution. Malcolm and King and everybody else was murdered. A group of coons. Okay? It was
it doesn't even fit the definition of Umar. Whatever.
The elder Hebrews who turned that brother into the devil to be massacred. That is nothing new. We've seen it play over and over and over again. So what are you saying? We're supposed to be...
There was no white people back then, Umar. Cut it out. It's a modern day invention. It's a social construct.
Give the murderers of our leaders?
Huh? No one back then called themselves white, Umar. Anyway.
It's not that.
No, sir.
It's not that.
That is politically effeminate behavior.
It's not that we're making an excuse or we're justifying their behaviors, but we do have to come to a place of forgiveness. That's the right thing to do.
Sir.
Well, listen, again, a person has the right to forgive. That person has the right not to forgive.
Okay. You do not forgive enemies. No, sir. You forgive within your race because
that's interesting. So if again, a white person can be an enemy, but a black person can't. Interesting. Really interesting.
Enemies. No, sir. You forgive within your race because your race is not your enemy. No matter what you do to you, my brother.
So you're going to die harboring unforgiveness.
A police.
You're going to die.
Assassinations are not accidents.
Yeah, you're right, Ray. Umar telling people who they should forgive is a part of his God complex. And again, anyone else who's fallen, if you fail for that, you need to check yourself. You really do. Right? Again, I can't tell people who they should forgive and who they should not forgive. But if you think that you can dictate to someone else who they should forgive and who they should not, you got a problem. You got to check yourself. Very well said, Ray.
Police assassinations are not accidents. Police assassinations are not accidents.
The people who killed my brother wasn't an accident.
If you follow...
See what he said? The people who killed his brother was an accident. Isn't it interesting? Umar feels like he can dictate to this guy what he's supposed to feel about his own brothers. That's crazy.
The Amber Geiger trial, you would know that right after she murdered Botham John, she expressed no remorse for the murder at all. Did you see the text messages? Did you see the phone calls that she made, my brother? She wasn't sorry for what she did.
You can't see the phone calls, but you can't see the text messages.
Even made racially hostile comments about black folk.
And
they don't give a...
Okay, Umar, you've made racially hostile comments about black people. What are you talking about? Anyway, you called for the murder of 10% of black boys. Anyway. Isn't that what I just said? What about the 10% of black boys he wanted to kill because he can't spell psychology? Boy, that's funny because he can't psychologize everybody. Exactly. That was just what I was saying. Anyway, thank you for being a member. Let's go.
Damn about us.
And that's why we don't justify
like you forgiving killers of black folks is why they're going to keep on give a damn about us.
And that's why we don't justify
like you.
He's calling a Negro, but watch this.
Forgiving killers of black folks is why they're going to keep on killing us because they know they can get away with it. Be forgiven before they even commit the act. Come on, brother. Come on.
Longer. Well, God bless you. And you have that right. The point is that we should dictate to people whether they should forgive or not. That's a personal choice, right? At the end of the day, all right? And I'm sorry for your loss. All right, let's keep going. Here we go.
On.
I disagree with you, Dr. Umar, but let's move to something else. Because you had
and
said...
that's why we need the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. Because you was conditioned to believe that way. Botham John's brother was conditioned to believe that way.
That's right.
See,
you're right.
That mindset is a byproduct of public school and Sunday school. It is the black church and the white public school who are in cahoots with each other.
This is now he's reaching conspiracy theories.
To brainwash every black male in this country and turn us all into politically effeminate Negroes.
Yeah, but they're not going to be able to turn every one of us into that. And also, even for those
comments you just made was politically effeminate.
No. I think that's your...
You got to forgive police killers. Brother, they've been killing us for 400 years. Are you out of your mind? You got that much forgiveness in your heart that you forgave every single one? Everyone since the beginning of time.
I don't think he ever said that. What are you talking about? He never said that. He said he forgave the person who killed his brother, Umar. See, Umar be reaching. And overwhelming the people who are killing other black who are not police officers, other black people.
And the sad thing is,
how many times shall you forgive your brother?
That's not benevolence, brother.
How many times? 70.
The man's supposed to protect the community, brother. The men are supposed to protect the
Umar, you're a deadbeat. What are you talking about?
community. If you running around forgiving the killers, who gonna protect our women and kids? You out there forgiving. Don't nobody be forgiving on a war field, brother. Come on. We going into 2020. We got to wake up and change that now.
This is from 2019. You talk about that's why we the school open.
We love everybody but ourselves.
I think the biggest difference is that my beliefs are built upon Christ's principles.
Your religious beliefs
exactly. It's
are blinding you to our political reality. That's all it is.
I mean, you could say that because you don't understand
religious beliefs.
You don't understand my views
to our political reality
because you're not a Christian.
You don't understand white supremacy because if you
so political reality is that you forgive black people who kill other black people, but you don't forgive white people who kill black people. That's political reality.
You would know that the Bible has no place in how we deal with racism because the Bible does not address racism. We have to address racism.
Yeah,
and I don't need a 2,000-year-old book to tell me how to survive and protect my people.
You gave a lot of respect to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. earlier.
Absolutely.
Okay. I had to do some emergency things, but I just want to let this thing play out. And I heard everything. And I'm just going to say this. You do have the right to forgive or not to forgive the person that offed your family member. But how long are we willing to forgive and forget? How long are we going to stretch this shit out? How long are these radical policemen and women, because Geiger was a white woman. She went into the wrong house and started. God damn it. She went into the wrong house and offed the wrong person. But yet this young man grabbed, he stretched his arms out and asked for forgiveness. Fine. I want you to forgive the next person and the next person and the next person and the next person that off your family member who the person who offed your family members are white policemen. The same ones that killed I forgot what the woman's name was that was at her boyfriend's house, and they just went in there guns a-blazing. I want you to forgive Sandra Bland. I want you to forgive hell, fuck it, Ahmaud Arbery. I want you to forgive Michael Brown. I want you to forgive all the murderers, all Michael Brown's murderers, all my Sandra Bland's murderers. I want you to forgive them. And keep seeing the results that you keep coming up with. You're gonna keep coming up with disrespect. You're gonna keep coming up. Y'all a bunch of cowards. Y'all a bunch of cowards at the end of the day. How long as a people, as a black people, as a nation, are we going to continue to forgive our oppressor? How long? This dude right here is a whole coward, and he knows he is. Oh, we are gonna have to forgive. We're gonna have to forgive. I forgive everybody, but it's my choice. Yeah, it is your choice, coward. It's your choice. The same way like you forgive your oppressors. The same way I get to pop people for killing my offspring. You can forgive them people over there. don't give a fuck.
The civil rights movement was precedent upon what? What did Dr. King teach? What did he teach? The Bible.
What did he teach?
The Bible.
I ain't got a problem with the Bible, brother. Marcus Garvey was a Christian. Bishop Henry McNeil Turner.
Nat Turner was a Christian.
Was a Christian. Henry Highland Garnett was a Christian. I'm giving you the fathers of Pan-Africanism. They was all men of the church. But
yeah, Nat Turner was a Christian until they killed his wife, and he said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna use the Bible in a different way." What does it say in Matthew 11 verse 12? Matthew chapter 11 verse 12. The heavens suffered violence, and the violence begotten by force. So I'll forcibly just cut your head off, and the wife's and the children's. You're damn right. And he did, and he reigned for so many months until we got people like him saying, "Don't do it no more."
But they wasn't running around forgiving Ku Klux Klan.
It's a false equivalency, Umar.
Running around forgiving the police for killing.
It's a non-violent activist.
They believe in your same book that they behaved the way you behave.
No.
They did not behave the way you behave.
Dr.
And they did not think the way that you think. The Bible is neutral. It's how you use it.
Notice how Umar would not let him talk on his radio show.
The Bible. I don't have a problem with the Bible, and I don't have a problem with Christianity. I have a problem with weak-ass black men who use the Bible and Christianity as an excuse not to stand up and stand out for their people.
You stand for something, Dr. Umar.
Umar, you don't even stand up for your own children.
But you got to also realize that your lenses,
you humiliate your children,
aren't, you don't pick up everything. And I noticed that this morning. There's some things that's out of your view. And that's what I'm trying to show you.
Nothing's out of my view, my brother. The problem
you're
is
not seeing it all.
Your religion provides you with a tunnel vision that doesn't allow you to see the context and what's going on.
I see everything.
Like, look at our conversation right now. Look at our conversation.
I see everything you're saying, but it's not making.
But look at the conversation.
And you have
for the
made
past 10 minutes, we've been debating forgiveness of police assassination. Why in the hell is there any black man in America wanting to forgive a police assassin?
Look at y'all. All y'all are cowards. All of you. You're cowards, dude. The moment that the police off your brother, off your sister, off your wife, off your children, y'all just gonna straight forgive them, just like that. That's what you do, and then you run the church, put the money in the collection plate, and then you invite your killer up to church for forgiveness. Your brother ain't there no more. Your sister ain't there no more. Your wife ain't there no more. And they keep doing it to us. And you keep forgiving them. Fuck forgiveness. Fuck it. Fuck forgiveness.
Doing something they've been instructed to do and have consistently done for 400 years. And yet your religion has brainwashed you into believing you have to forgive police assassinations.
No, it's not that he had to forgive. He chose to forgive in that moment, Umar. That's his right.
On behalf of the United States government, Lord have.
Yes, yeah. You are absolutely right. But guess what? I also have the right to off your ass. The same way, mind you, I have a right to off you. The same way I'll off the brother for treachery. Martin Luther King had a traitor in, what was it, Jesse Jackson. Malcolm X had his own people assassinate him. Marcus Garvey had his own people assassinate him. Not Medgar Evers, but Nipsey Hussle had his own people assassinate him. They may have done the job, but we don't know who pulled the actual trigger. The people who don't want to get their fucking hands dirty, but you don't want to see that. You don't want to see it, which makes y'all a bunch of fucking cowards.
Mercy. We pray to the same God. Now, make no mistake, we pray to the same God. No. You're not sure about that. You know why? Because you love white folks so much that you now have to disengage from your brother.
It has nothing to do with white or black. It has to do with love or hate.
Yes, it does. That's where you're wrong. That is exactly where you're wrong.
I'm saying love, and you're speaking hate.
White or black. Can I ask you a question then?
I'm listening.
We 20% of the country. Why we ain't got 20% of the banks?
Because you stay in your mama closet.
Why we ain't got 20% of the police force?
You spoke.
Because you live in your mama closet.
That earlier.
Why we ain't got 20% of the government jobs?
Because you live in your mama closet.
We'll say something. But it's like I said, debate them. Debate them. I will bet you $1,000 right now you will not win. I will, as a matter of fact, I will bet you 10 grand that you won't win. I'll bet you 10 grand off top that you will not beat him in the debate. You won't. You won't. You clearly won't. I will set I will set it up my damn self. I will set it up if being permitted. I will set it up to the point where you meet, I don't know, meet in Philly, New York, Detroit, wherever you want to meet. Wherever you want to meet. Hell, you're in Utah. Why don't we do it in Vegas? Why don't we do this in Vegas, baby? You're in Utah. Utah's not too far from Nevada. Why don't you just come to Vegas and we'll have that debate? I call them and say, hey, one of your struggle streamers wants to debate you. Set this shit up.
Why we had 20% of the presidents? Well,
because you live in your mama closet.
We don't own 20% of the hospitals.
Because you live
20% of the supermarkets.
You live in your mama closet. You live in your mama closet.
20% of the car lots. You know why?
Because you live in your mama closet. That's why. You bum. Umar got everything to say about black people, but he ain't got not one job. He been homeless since 2019. He been scamming on this FDD school scam and collected millions of dollars. He a baby mama created. Don't say without his. He got 3 baby mamas.
You embarrass yours.
Getting his license revoked, driver's license revoked.
He did not
for non-payment of child support. Been in the arrears for over 20 years. What kind of man? he got to you need to be doing all this. Why are you? Because you in your mama closet. That's why.
Weirdo.
There's one way. See it because that damn book you believe in is not the book, the Bible.
See that? Then he tried to correct himself. See that? Like I said, I'm not Christian, but I got respect. I don't know what God you praying to, Umar, but I'm not.
Man, you a fake ass coon, and you know, not coon, but what you call them, Bible thumpers. I'll just call you a Bible thumper. You know, but how is it that you're not a Christian? Well, there are people who are Christians who believe in God, or not Christians who believe in God. So I would take it you must be Jehovah's Witness. And this again, this is the same. This is the same dude that tried to challenge Corey Holcomb and lost. He ain't never. This is the same guy, mind you, that tried to challenge Corey Holcomb, tried to challenge Tariq Nasheed, and I believe he tried to do it with Jay Morrison. I think he tried to do it with Jay Morrison, but either way, he lost. He lost The only reason why Umar hasn't acted out is because he's on his mission. And then still 16 years later, going on 17, we're dealing with this.
Sure about what you're talking about.
The Bible's innocent. The Bible's innocent. Because Marcus Garvey believed in that same Bible you use. But your conditioning.
Marcus Garvey had 2 wives too, by the way. He was stepping out. We ain't gonna get into that right now.
Your particular conditioning makes it almost impossible.
Oh boy. And he doesn't believe in all that. He's a Hebrew Israelite. Or used to be.
For you to see that you are being used as a weapon. The way you think is being used as a weapon against your people.
Dr. Umar, I got a question for you. I'm through with politics. I want to know, how do people...
We never through with politics, brother, because everything is political.
There you go.
I'm definitely through with the religious talk, because
the religion, the most political thing in the black community. When y'all get rid of that white Jesus, then we can talk about religion.
Who said he was white?
He's not white, but I'm willing to bet if I go to your church, he white. If I open your Bible, I bet you he white.
Nah, you probably got some.
I go to Florida, I bet you he white. Don't you sit here and lie to me. You know, like I know. I've spoken damn every state in this country and on every.
You know, spoken every state in the country. Cut it out, Umar.
Yeah.
A dude is so distant from the streets. My best friend is a parole officer. The new flex is not money or women; it's bodies. How many bodies, murders? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And
how many bodies, murderers do you have? What?
I wasn't raised in the streets. I got street smarts, but I have family members who was out there. Because
ain't your father a blood? Stop the lies, dog. Your father is a blood. It's been proven. Don't let me have to pop back out the receipts, bro. Your father is a whole blood. And you don't know nothing about the streets. Why do y'all follow this? Why? He is such, oh my God. Get your paper, bro. Get your paper. Get your paper. This is comedic. He is such a liar. I don't know about street smarts.
I was more focused on music, but I got close relatives and cousins, and then even the previous generation, it was gangbanging. And then I went to a school, Old Farrell, which was off of Skyline. It was East Side Piru territory. There was another gang over there around that way too. I can't remember. They used to wear green. I remember they had these Samoan Bloods too. They was real crazy. Even the Black Bloods were scared of them because they just crazy. Anyway, that was in the 80s. And I can't tell you how many times you go to school and your friend or one of your friends or one of the homies, they don't show up and they're gonna got caught up in some street mess. It wasn't white people doing that to us. It was us. We were the one doing that to us.
What?
I had cousins who was participating in that. I remember there was just I don't think they were twins. Were they? I don't know. Yeah, they were twins. They were named Myron and Byron. I can't remember if they were twins or not, but they were named Myron and Byron. And they was real cool with me. And we had PE together. I think I had a class with one of them too in another class. This was at Old Farrell. And I remember one of them after a couple of years, you can tell he was going in a different direction. He was with.
He goes in a whole rant. Then he goes into another rant, shows a video, starts spinning lies. I mean, it's the same old wash, rinse, and repeat. Jesus.
But still cool. I was always cool with the people, with the what Umar would call thugs these days. Because I had family members who was thugging. But I remember it was Myron and Byron, and I can't remember which one, but Myron was more. And Alfonso came around the corner and saw. The point that I'm getting to is that in my experience, the most amount of pain and suffering that was inflicted upon people that I knew growing up was by Black people, not by the police. Okay.
It happens. It just doesn't happen on a whim. I don't know if people actually paid attention to Boys in the Hood, but Boys in the Hood was the perfect example when Trey's dad broke it down significantly, perfectly, what gentrification is. People like you, and often people who look like you, sound like you, dress like you, often love to say the same shit. White people didn't kill you, black people killed us. What about black on black crime? But Trey's dad said it perfectly. And y'all don't even put it in context. It wasn't the fact that we just had Bloods and Crips and they were all over the place. We had drugs and you had drugs and famine all over the damn place. Be logical. Be specific. How the hell we automatically have drugs in the hood? How is it that automatically we had cocaine, heroin, all the drugs, all the whoredom, all that you can think of just be in the hood when we opened our eyes and we woke up in the morning and we look outside of our window and say, look, there's poverty. Look, there's this. Look, there's that. We had no boats, no ships, no cargoes to fly and float that shit in here. So how did it get in? You didn't use it in context. How did it get into our hood? How did it get into our community? White folks. It specifically said, never get high on your own supply. What do you think Master P? Who do you think Master P got that from? And then you gonna put it on the whole black community. Well, the black people didn't have to participate in it. Might as well. It was shoved down our fucking throats. There were very few. We were blessed to have very few of us transition from drugs to what was it? Transition from drugs to what's the word I'm looking for? Activism. Hard work and drugs. Hard work, you had to spend some time in the community. Like your favorite person, Charleston White. Let's use Charleston White, for example. I don't know why I'm doing this. Charleston White is the perfect example of getting up out the hood. But the hood necessarily didn't get up out of him. But I will grant him this. Once he did his time in jail, he had served his community with gladness. He had to do the probationary, he had to serve his what you call it, not probationary period, but your communities, you do something for like, I forgot what it was called, but I never had to do it. I got in trouble before and I never had to do it. Your community watch time or whatever, you had to do it for a certain amount of time where you had to go and clean up the hood, or you had to go do this and you had to go do that for a certain amount of hours. I never had to do that, but he ended up doing it, and he ended up serving his mayor, his governor, and met all types of people in somewhere in the state of Texas where he does. But anyway, we never had to deal with poverty until crack cocaine hit. Bloods and the Crips were only there to surveillance the hood, but until things got bad, of course. And you can ask various people what Bloods and Crips were made for, what they were supposed to be made for. And people don't believe that Bloods do good, and back then did some good in the hood. Some good. Not all good. I ain't saying it was all good. But people don't believe that Bloods and Crips, their purpose, their main purpose from the beginning was to protect us from certain danger, white folks. And you merely took that shit. It's just like, we can't have anything. We can't have no protection. We can't have no money. We can't have nothing when it comes to nothing. But we sitting here bickering back and forth with each other. We're sitting here criticizing one another for $1 online. It's fucking stupid. And you know it's stupid. It's stupid and ridiculous for a fucking punk bitch like this. You know he's wrong. You know he's in the wrong. At least Umar tries to do something for his community. He's trying to do something. Can you name anything that Lenon Honor has done? Can you look? I'm looking in the camera right now. Can you name anything good that Lenon Honor has said or done? Anything based on his community? Can you name one? Can you name one versus what Umar has done in the past 10 plus years? Can you name it? You can't. You simply can't, dude, and you know you can't.
Okay. And I'm gonna leave it right there. That's why I'm saying people have to be careful with getting caught up in this racism stuff, because it's sometimes people stretch it too far.
This is the same guy that's admitted out of his mouth that he doesn't believe in racism. This is the same guy. He's in his fucking garage doing something, and he says out of his mouth that basically racism is a concept. Oh, really? So in the past couple of decades, I guess hanging our people was just an anomaly. Bunch of cowards, man. Bunch of lame ass cowards.
See, and then it's a misdirection, because what we really should be focusing on is ourselves and raising our children to not get out there and behave like that. See, people be throwing these statistics. Every 1 in every 3 boys don't graduate from us. Listen, all my sons are going to be. 2 of them already graduated from high school. All of them will be graduating from high school.
Ooh, they graduate from high school. Congratulations. What's the next step? It better be I do know one thing. It better be a trade. It better be a trade, because college to me, it's a waste of time. But here's the problem with trades. I'm going to tell you the good and the bad. And depending on where you live, trust me, I know. I was a carpenter for a while. But I'm going to tell you the good and the bad about trades. Number 1, the good thing. Once you get that certification, once you graduate, once you get all your tools and the proper tools that you need, your hard hat and everything, you show up to each and every single venue, to each and every single construction site that there is, right? And the only way to get on is to listen to yourself. But what brought me on was a person invited me to the union to get unionized. It was Union 1977. Union 1977. So I went to Union 1977, right? And you have to pay your dues. You got to pay your union dues. Got to pay your union dues every month. And they'll send you a list of jobs, right? They'll send you a list of jobs that you can go to and try to get in, right? Once you get in, hey, babies, it's the sky's the limit. The sky is the limit. Now, only thing about it is, if you're a pre-apprentice, you can only go to certain construction sites, certain ones. If you're an apprentice, or if you're a journeyman, that's different. You have to be a certain percenter. But like I said, once you're in, you're in. The bad news about this is, if you are in a certain city, in a certain state, trust me, it's hard getting in the door more than it is getting into college and just wasting your money. Trust me, I know. I've been around Vegas for since 08. And I'm thinking, it's easy getting into that profession, right? It's so easy. They just stand around holding signs, or you could just break shit, tear shit. Excuse me. Break shit and tear shit up, right? It's very easy. No, it ain't. You got to have hands-on training. Once you have hands-on training, it's just like any other trade. Once you have hands-on training, you know what to do. That's why they constantly have you go to classes, right? I wish I would have been in a class that was hands-on training. Finally, it didn't work out. I got tired of soliciting myself. They gave me a couple gigs, and I was never heard from again. So I just thought it was a waste of time. So I transitioned over to HVAC. They do not care if you did an online trade. They do not care. Especially all these Mexicans and all these white folks that just stick to their own. Guaranteed. Don't believe me? Come down here and see for yourself. You might see 1, 2, like a handful of token blacks. You might see a handful of them. You're not going to see a majority. You might see a minority, but you're not going to see a majority of it. It's not as easy as you think. So when this dude says, it's all about the boys and the girls, it's all about us, and we got to stick to our graduating and teach our kids X, Y, and Z, I do agree with that. However, you have to tell them the truth and stop sugarcoating the shit. Racism exists. Well, let me not say the word racism because it's too much for y'all. Let me not say the word racism because it's too much for you motherfuckers, because you don't believe in racism. You just believe in getting along with the white man. It's called privilege. White privilege. And now I'm hearing that white privilege doesn't exist. Trying so hard to hold on to that old Martin Luther King spirit.
See what I'm saying? Umar don't know nothing about that. You guys have to be careful with that. I know this is kind of a side. We're kind of on a side quest here, but it's relevant. It's all relevant because Umar, he's a hypocrite at the end of the day. It gets worse though. We're almost done with this. Got about 2 minutes on this. Here we go.
Then we can talk about religion.
Who said?
Why can't you just shut your ass up and debate him? Just debate him. Quit talking shit and debate him. Anton Daniels called him out. But Anton Daniels, what do you got to debate Umar for? Why? You can't even debate the women on your Twitter page. You can't even debate the women on your channel, on your page. And there was one dude. He was running off at the mouth, and finally he said something, and he said, your wife's gonna leave you. She'll leave you, or he'll leave you. And the dude in the background, I guess that was the husband to the wife that he was speaking on. And the husband said, No, I bet you I won't. That's to some degree. You're gonna have to find the tape. And he went off. we don't want to get into the whole 60 goddess thing. We don't want to get in. We don't want to get into all that. But the man can't debate nobody. Who was he debating? This is the same dude that was sitting and smiling with Mr. Butt King, with Mr. Johnson. I forgot what his name was. The one that was in prison, that was grabbing man's butt paws. He was smiling and giggling. He was like, "Man, if you was in prison, I like you. You got an awesome body." And Anton smiling and giggling was like, "You think so?" And you want to debate Umar? Really? Okay.
Who said he was white?
He's not white, but I'm willing to bet if I go to your church, he white. If I open your Bible, I bet you he white.
Nah, you probably got some.
I go to Florida, I bet you he white. Don't you sit here and lie to me. You know like I know. I done spoken damn every state in this country and on every continent on this planet except Australia. 99% of all Jesus images in the black community in the world is
he doesn't know that.
White. You know it and I know it. So stop that.
All right, so how do people receive you, man, when you go into churches? Because I disagree with the things.
They love me. I'm a breath of fresh air.
Let me finish what I'm saying here. I'm making a point.
On the day
Umar is wow.
Jesus Christ, August the 21st. According to the Urantia Bible, Jesus Christ was born on August the 21st, brother. I come on the same day as the Christ.
I disagree with the way.
December 25th is not the birth of Jesus.
Listen to me,
Jesus
Dr. Umar.
Leo. That's why they gave him frankincense and myrrh and gold when he was born, because frankincense, myrrh, and gold is the elements of the Leo child.
You can't tell me nothing about Jesus, Dr. Umar.
Let's drop the fact. December 25th ain't got nothing to do with the birth of Christ.
Nobody says it does.
Umar tripping.
But you can't.
There have been reports that Christ was not born on December 25th. They made that stuff up too. It's like every day that goes by, all this information is starting to come out. Have you noticed that? Whoo, that FBI, it's going to be a trip with that FBI field report that's coming in 2035. God willing, if we're here, there's going to be a trip. Who's going to be on that report? The things that are going to be revealed, it's going to be a trip.
Hey, tell me.
But he got a God complex. He actually believes that he's the Messiah. He's called himself the Black Christ.
Anything about Jesus with the point of view that you've given me today, you can't tell me anything about Jesus.
Condition, my brother.
And not only that,
condition with a docile Negro version of Christianity.
Dr. Umar, I'm gonna say this, man, and we'll shut it down right here. I think that it's a disgrace to bring you in the church, man. So I think we're going to switch that event. I'm going to go talk with the pastor, man. It need to be outside because I disagree with the way you have spoke this morning, man. And you talk good about a lot of things and you won't.
Well, you know what?
And you educating a lot of people.
And
but
you know what?
Listen,
Let
me talk, bro. I listen to you, though. Nah, you need to be out the door with that, man.
Of a nigga you are. You know why?
I would have said the same thing. Man, how you gonna invite me and I'm outside of the please. It's fuck you at that point. We can agree to disagree on something, but how the way it's being treated, how you're treating me, just because we have differences of opinion, let the people decide. Let the people decide. You know how many churches he's been to? Churches, schools, anywhere from junior high to high school to universities, actual not CPUs. what's it called? The FBUs. I never been to one of them. I never been to any of them. Hell, I never even been to Morehouse, and I wanted to go, but they're too expensive. I haven't been to Morehouse, and never been anywhere that close in Atlanta. These SBCUs are very important, and Umar has spoke at a handful of these universities. He has spoken overseas, and this is the reason why. Right here is why Lenon Honor is so jealous, but yet y'all follow him. Y'all follow this weird ass dude. I mean, and he's trying to, I don't know what point he's trying to prove. This is an old point that y'all not seeing. You may not like Umar, and that's okay. You may not like the way he walks, the way he talks, the way he acts, the way how he does things, the way he does things with the school, and that's fine. But doing more than, 1,000 videos? You're no different from anti-Afro. No different. Y'all just copycatting over each other, and y'all don't see it. They're just copycats. When anti-Afro Spengali did it, she did it, and she did it not only with video, she did it with Twitter, with Facebook. I don't know if she's on IG or not, but she did it with Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. I'm surprised I don't know if she's on Rumble or not. I'm not going to even bother to check. But this is what Lenon's doing because he needs the money. He needs the money. This is content to him. But the way he's spewing lies and deceitfulness, like, please, too many people have exposed him already. Us and the Umar, not us, but them. The old people in the Umar sector that already exposed this dude already have already exposed Lenon Honor for who he is. But I'm asking the Cookie Coon chat, and if not few of you, one of you to open up your eyes, man. Open up your eyes and see if is this not weird? Okay, Umar's a liar. He's this, he's that. Make a couple of videos, make it stretch, and boom, be done with them. This is damn near about to be the 17th year. Crazy.
He's on a Christian radio show. And he called this Christian brother the N-word. I'm not a Christian, okay? Not like going to church or anything like that. So I don't want people to think that I'm biased or anything like that. I got respect. He on a Christian radio show. He gonna call it. After all of this ranting and raging, this is a Umar rant actually. Okay, it's just not in the. I wouldn't put it in the top 5. I probably wouldn't put it in the top 10. But this is another Umar rant. But he ends up calling this Christian radio show host the N-word. I'm gonna play it one more time. Listen. See, that's what I'm saying. Umar's whole premise in getting all into race stuff, he always reveals his true character in the end. That's why when people fall into that, you have to be careful because Umar, he's only saying it to get the effect that he's getting on you. Wake up. This is no different than what he does with his followers. Y'all be careful with that shit because he knows what he's doing. And some of y'all, you'll fall right on in line. Okay. So you fall in line with that shit, but you're not cool with the school scam shit? All right. That's your choice.
Nigga, please. I want you to take that, whatever it is, antic shit that you got, shove it straight up your ass, man. You was scamming right along with him. If Umar is a scam, you just as much as a scammer as he is, if that's the case. Because again, you went from LA to Utah, rarely working, had a degree, didn't do nothing with it, playing music, you're a failure at that. Trying to be an activist, you were a failure at that. This is your bread and butter. Well, technically not bread and butter because they take away 33%. This is not a good investment, but yet you're getting pennies on the dollar. So yeah, keep it going, champ. Hopefully, and it seems like to me that your circle's getting smaller, because some of the I would expect everybody. I would expect a third, just like the angels, or God took a third of the angels down to heaven or something like that. I would expect like a third of you to come to your senses because you like the drama, or you just hate Umar, period. I'm not expecting y'all to wake up, but I'm expecting at least one of you to say, this ain't right. This is weird. Yeah, I hate Umar and I will never stand for him. That's fine. I'm not asking you to, but I'm asking you look at this as a problem. If you don't see it as a problem, I don't know what to tell you. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Like, share, and subscribe to the channel.
On you, not me. Be careful.
Bro, I listen to you though. Nah, you need to be out the door with that.
Of a nigga you are. You know why? Because I'm coming down there to help our parents help their kids.
Yeah, and but you can't help us. No, you can't help us by telling us to not forgive. You can't help us by telling us not to forgive.
All respect for you.
Well, I lost mine for you about 20 minutes ago.
And I'm the only person that can help their parents help them. And because I don't agree with your damn religion.
Now we want to help.
I don't agree with your religion. You want to get the event. You ain't nothing but a coon and a nigga.
No, we won't.
He did it twice.
Was he lying? Oh, forgive. We got to forgive. We got to forgive Sandra Bland's killer. We got to forgive Ahmaud Arbery's killer. We have to forgive. She just said it. Damn, I forgot. Who was the who was the white lady that killed that black dude in the apartment, in the wrong apartment? We got to forgive Shiloh Hendricks for calling a black boy, a 5-year-old black boy with autism, a nigga. We had to forgive her for that. You damn right. Oh, you didn't miss nothing. You didn't miss nothing. We just interviewed a stalker. We're just interviewing a stalker. Hit the like button for me. Hell, hit the thumbs down. I give a hell less.
Thanks, y'all.
I'm off this show.
Bye.
He did it twice.
He said bye. And I would say something to, I forgot, it was these coon couples. Well, I won't mention their names because one of them passed away, so I'll leave it alone. But there are some old school coons, old school haters of Umar still lurking in the winds, waiting for him to do something crazy, waiting for him to do something stupid, just waiting and waiting and waiting.
Real quick, Fred made an important point. I want to address this. Sometimes people like myself ran into racial abuse further than others. I agree with you about working on ourselves, but some see and undergo more than others. You're right about that. You're right about that. But you shouldn't assume that someone else hasn't gone through what you've gone through or hasn't gone through worse either, right? Don't get it twisted. I've dealt with it. I'm 50. I'm about to be 50.
You are 50.
People can't tell me nothing about all that, dealing with the race and all the racism and all that stuff. No, I've been through it. Trust me. Right? But that's not the issue here. The issue is not race. Right?
No, the issue is about love. The issue is about love and hugging your enemy, and who robs us, who kills and shoots us, who defamates your children. What type of planet are we living on where we have so many? And did I already mention that the Ku Klux Klan, the alt-right, they're Christians too. The alt-right, who now are labeled themselves as the patriots, the same patriots that are cover themselves and cover them faces in white cloth. Why do y'all keep covering y'all faces? White people. Why do y'all peoples keep covering their faces? The Black Panthers, all they wear is sunshades. Why y'all keep and hats? Why y'all keep covering y'all faces? Reveal who you are, mother. Woo! We gonna get through it. We gonna get through it.
The issue is whether or not someone can dictate to someone else whether they should forgive or not. That's the issue. See, Umar's he's only using race as a triggering. It's like a trigger to get people triggered based upon their own race-based trauma, so that they will take his side. You guys have to.
Are you fucking serious? Get off your soapbox, dude. This is not about Umar. This is about us. We keep losing. This is not about him. You stupid fuck. This is not about him. This is about our people and how we're suffering from all the prejudice. There's no prejudice. Oh, really? So there's only AI. Okay. There's only AI. There's only we work close to 40 hours a week, and we're getting less paid than all these with all these immigrants coming into the country, although they're fighting now in LA still over, you know, what who's legal and who's not legal, which ain't none of my concern. It ain't none of my concern. Again, I mean, we can get into it. Hold on. We can get into it a little bit. We can get into it. So they are right now, to this very day, with the National Guard and the Marines. So you have two fractions of the military. You have the National Guard and the Marines stationed right now in LA as we speak, because Mexicans don't know how to act. Or they're trying to look, or basically they're trying to look for the illegals. And these immigrants are getting fierce. Hell no, we won't go. Kind of ironic how we felt so many years ago when that very same thing happened. How a pet we weave. I think we used to say to ourselves that, I'm sorry. They used to tell us that we had to go in the back. We had to go in the back of the restaurant, in that dirty, rotten, rat-infested back, and get our lunch and get our dinners and get our lunches, and if we want a nice decent meal, they always give us slop, and we always end up getting sick. And what about that water fountain? They had the good water fountain while we had the bad. They had the good water fountain while we had the bad. We don't have to sit in the back of the bus no more. Ooh. Remember all them times when we had segregated towns and our stuff ended up coming late while white folks / Asian folks, their stuff ended up coming in on time? I don't remember not one Mexican getting lynched. They're just they're just packing you up on the bus and sending your ass back home. That's all they're doing. They're just packing you up and sending you back home. That's all they're doing. Us, there's a bullet with our name on it. When it comes to us, there's a bullet with our name on it. Many of them tell us to go back where? Back to Africa. But they aren't from here either. I agree. You said, go on, nigger, go on back to Africa. I was told that so many times before in my younger years. I ain't know what that meant. I was like, how the hell am I gonna go back to some shit I never been to? I was called a nigga so many times. I thought that was my name. And so finally asked my father, he wasn't militant, but I can tell in his eyes that he had that spirit, that Ogun spirit. Okay. My mom had the Ogun spirit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you know what it feels, and there's no such thing as racism. There is no such thing as racism. Look what's going on right now in America. What you think they're gonna do to our black ass? If they're doing this to them, what makes you what do you not think that's gonna happen to us? Huh, if they're doing that to Mexicans, what makes you think that they ain't gonna do the same thing or worse to black people in America? And we're supposed to forgive. I say fuck forgiving. We had several years. We had years, decades, centuries of telling this white man, after he's cut our man parts off, cut our foots off, cut our right hands off, we don't believe. We do not believe. Okay. All right. After he's cut our hands off, Napoleon, after he's let's forgive. Let's forgive the crowd. Let's forgive. Set us on fire. Let's forgive. Hung us by a tree with everyone watching and everyone laughing and everybody celebrating. Let's forgive. Let's just forgive. How they shoved foods in our mouths, or we end up talking too much, or they had the cowbells around our necks. Let's forgive. Or had they treated us like animals? Let's forgive. Or they fed us slop, the worst part of the pig. Let's forgive. Lenon Honor, you're such a fake, such a phony. This is ridiculous. That is the only reason why I made this video, because of your fake, the fake and the phoniness. oh, good Christians. He takes it. This was back then. This was what, 10 years ago? You want to prove so bad that Umar is this and Umar is that. And you want to take, so I do the exact same thing. Not that difficult. Not that difficult. But yet you have believers. I'm just now starting. It's not going to take me that long, bro. Bruh. It's not going to take me that long. If I really wanted to spark this shit up, trust me, I will. I would. But I came to the realization that you're just going to keep doing this until you're 70 years old. And it's going to lure me into your bullshit. So I'm not going to do that. But keep in mind, if I wanted to amp this up, trust me, I will. And I can start from the first time you made the videos about Umar up until right now. And I got so many friends on the outside, and I got a friend here in Vegas that all I got to do is pay him a little bit of money, and we'll get this shit started. And he was from the Umar sector. I want to give a shout out to Pillsbury Doughboy. Pillsbury Doughboy, stand up, my nigga. Stand up, my nigga. My nigga, Pillsbury. I also want to give a shout out to D Darrell. D Darrell, wherever you at, bro. Wherever you at, bro. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Like, share, and subscribe to the channel. If you have a couple of dollars, I would love to get some coffee. Go ahead and cash app a brother. We'll go to get some coffee. I'm gonna keep going with this for a little bit, and then hell, we gonna call this a night. How's my Lisa doing? How is my Lisa doing? Oh, yep. You know what? Breaking news. I gotta let you see this. Breaking news. Holy crap.
Tonight, amid days of unrest after ramped up federal immigration raids. Right now, hundreds of Marines are on their way in to help with the National Guard. Tonight, the state of California is suing the Trump administration for activating 2,000 National Guard troops without the governor's permission. It is the first time since 1965 a president has done so without a request. And tonight, the president stands by his decision to
Donald Trump is so dumb.
Deploy troops. The demonstration started with families calling for the release of their loved ones outside of facilities raided by ICE. The protests have been mostly peaceful. There have been incidents of violence and looting. Police arrested more than 50 people over the weekend. ICE operations are expected in Los Angeles County for at least the next 30 days.
We do begin tonight with Los Angeles bracing tonight after sweeping immigration raids sparked protests and clashes tonight. A U.S. official now confirming to ABC News 700 Marines are now in Los Angeles to join California's National Guard, which was deployed by the president, not that state's governor. Late this afternoon, a peaceful protest after the arrest of a union leader, but the city is bracing for nightfall. It was a far different scene over the weekend. Protesters setting off fireworks right there, police officers right nearby. A line of self-driving vehicles set on fire. Crowd shutting down the 101 freeway downtown, LAPD officers trying to move them off. The moment a U.S.-based correspondent from Australia reporting on the protests, you can see there she's hit by an officer's rubber bullet. President Trump going over the governor's head, sending the state's National Guard to the scene, and tonight he's now sending hundreds of these U.S. Marines. Our chief national correspondent, Matt Guppin, leading us off tonight on the scene in Los Angeles. Matt is one-on-one with Border Czar Tom Homan tonight.
Tonight, 700 Marines are on their way to the streets of Los Angeles to assist the National Guard and law enforcement tamp down violent clashes with protesters angry over the Trump administration's immigration policies and arrests. Over the past 72 hours, pockets of LA descending into chaos. Protesters setting cars on fire, dumping bikes and scooters on police cruisers on the highway. Law enforcement firing hundreds of flashbangs and non-lethal projectiles and making dozens of arrests. It got so heated in the streets that a British photographer needed emergency surgery after being struck by a non-lethal projectile.
Moving them on through the...
And there was this moment. Watch as a correspondent for 9 News Australia reporting on the protest when an officer hits her with a rubber pellet. And tonight, an escalating war of words between California Governor Gavin Newsom and Donald Trump. Newsom suing the president for creating the conditions for this chaos when he sidestepped California officials to deploy thousands of National Guard troops.
Are you going to deploy Marines in California?
We hope to have the support of Gavin because Gavin's the big beneficiary as we straighten out his problems. I mean, his state is a mess.
Newsom then slammed by Trump and border czar Tom Homan for his response to the unrest. Homan initially suggesting the governor should...
All these people came here and benefit off of our suffering. They come here and get benefits we can't. They get paid differently to pick vegetables and other jobs than we. And you think that was a coincidence? And now you want them out of the country. This is on y'all. We just sit back. This is what we do. This is what we do. Sit back, drink a cold one, and watch the fireworks start. I don't know why black folks, the few black folks that are there, I don't know why y'all there. Why are you there? This is not your fight. And I'm sorry, this is breaking news. Breaking news. I said it, and I said it verbatim. I said he's gonna get not only you have the police, the National Guard, and now you got the Marines. Nobody's coming to help, but this ain't this ain't. Chabo ain't came to save us not one bit.
To be arrested, something Trump seemed to support just hours ago.
I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great. Gavin likes the publicity, but I think it would be a great thing. He's done a terrible job.
Newsom responding again, calling that an unmistakable step toward authoritarianism. I asked Homan about that.
If Gavin Newsom crosses whatever threshold it is and violates the law, do you have the authority to arrest him? Or
if he broke the laws like any other U.S. citizen, we'll ask the Attorney General to investigate, and they'll prosecute. Tom Homan's not going to prosecute.
Spontaneous clashes began Friday as federal agents conducted multiple operations in and around Los Angeles. On Saturday, protests, mostly peaceful, grew larger when agents were seen staging in nearby Paramount, California. And by Sunday, a convoy of heavily armed and camouflaged troops arrived. We watched as the clashes intensified as the day progressed.
Just moments ago, there's some projectiles being thrown. Just moments ago, a motorcycle seemed to try to break through the police skirmish line. And now you can hear all those flashbangs going off. Police are trying to push those protesters back, firing those less than lethals at very close range. And you can see those projectiles being thrown over. Now that motorcyclist being hauled in here, looks like he's being arrested.
LAPD's chief overnight saying they may need more help.
We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing.
And thousands today gathering peacefully, calling for the release of a prominent union leader arrested Friday during one of those workplace raids.
A lot of us are American citizens. So then what are we working for? What is the American dream? It doesn't even exist when you're picking people out of the street.
David, I just want to give you a sense of where we are. This is the federal building in downtown Los Angeles, and there are probably a couple hundred peaceful protesters here outside. You can see that line of federal agents and California National Guard. Right now, everything is peaceful, but on the other side, there are probably about 100 LAPD in riot gear. Now, Tom Homan telling me that he supports additional troops in downtown Los Angeles, but a short time ago, Governor Gavin Newsom tweeting that the presence of active duty Marines here in Los Angeles is un-American.
Boy, I wish this was happening in Vegas right now. I'll be downtown, chilling like I'll have a long chair, relaxing like this. How you doing? Hey, coming up, Holmes. Fuck you. This is on you on your own, motherfucker. I mean, in all seriousness, we had no dog in this fight. We had no dog in this fight for the simple fact that we don't. When it came to us with the jobs that are there, this is about jobs. This is about money. This is about power. This is about wealth. There are very few handfuls of Black people who share this wealth. 0.5%, still to this very day. That ain't nothing to brag about. And then, of course, there's this discussion of, Black people can do anything that you can set your mind into. You just got to put in work. We're lazy. We've been working most of our lives. Most of it, still to this day, we're in our 40s. We're tired. We're weary. But we're the ones that got to get up in the morning. We're the ones that got to get up in the morning and wake at night in the graveyard shift. What are you talking about? Niggas don't want to get up and do the work. Shit. If we want that Gucci sweater, we'll get up. The hell? I don't understand people. I do not understand people. Then, of course, you have illegals coming in and just doing their thing, and they get benefits. Is it the moment your foot touches the soil? I think it's the 14th Amendment, if I'm not mistaken. They get the 14th Amendment. Let me see. I don't feel like looking that shit up, but I told y'all. I said, watch him not do shit for any of you. That's Black and Mexican. We already knew we were fucked. The moment that he pre-signed consecutive orders. Pre-signed consecutive orders. And he told you that what he was going to do. And yet 60% of Mexicans, or was it 80%? Was it 80% or was it 60% of Mexicans who voted for Donald Trump? Dumbasses. You got white women voting for Donald Trump. And you got coons voting for Donald Trump. But then you got these Mexicans. Look where they are. Hey, I'll play it for you. I'm done talking about this lunatic. Lenon Honor for the night. All I'm gonna say is this about Lenon Honor, and I'm gonna leave it alone. He's goofy. He's goofy. He will fumble under his words a lot. Well, I can't do it. He will fumble under his words, and he's just gonna just say the exact same shit. Lisa, this is your fault. Because you got me watching this stuff. You got me addicted. I was thinking about giving them a membership. I was just thinking about giving this motherfucker a membership. National Guard. The National Guard been deployed. Yes, the National Guard has been deployed. Now you got 2,000 troops. Yep, you got 2,000 Marines. You got 2,000 Marines coming into American soil. This is a disgrace. Read Maurice Waters. Give me a second. Dude. While I'm looking this up, like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. Yes, Marines. Yes, you got Marine. You already have 2,000 Marines deployed there right now. 2,000 Marines. And Gavin Newsom says, I'm gonna sue Donald Trump for what? Honestly, if that were me, that should be more than enough to get him impeached. This should be more than enough. Oh, I found it. All right. I don't know if this is relevant. I don't know if this is relevant to what's going on tonight in LA. I'm just transitioning, by the way. I don't know if this is irrelevant. No, that's 16. Let me see.
If there ever was,
this is your fault, by the way, Lisa,
a definition of fuck around and find out, we have just found it. Where are my Miami Cubans at, huh? Where are you guys at? Because you guys were loud and proud back then. Where are you at now? He had you all fooled, saying that the deportations were only for the bad people, the unalivers, the grapists, the ones bringing drogas into the country, right? He had you guys so fucking fooled. It was only the bad people. And now you guys fucked around and found out because you voted him in, and now look at y'all thought because your skin was light enough that you were going to get away with the deportations. But now that it's affecting you all, you're all on the internet boohooing and crying. Why are we going back to this country? Why are you sending me back?
And I could not be racist and xenophobic, but his husband deported to Cuba, leaving her to raise kids alone. Now that doesn't sound right. I couldn't imagine she would have voted for Trump if the possibility was that her husband could be deported. Now here's the thing. I went to try and find this story, so I searched Trump supporter husband deported, and the first story that I found was about a whole nother family. Undocumented husband of Indiana Trump supporter deported to Mexico. That was the first story that I found. The second story I found was from 60 Minutes, talking to the man's friends. Deported man's wife and friends rethink voting for Trump. So apparently in that case, it wasn't just the man and his wife, the friends, the whole group. The whole group went and voted for Trump and got him packed up. I wouldn't even want to cover none of that. That's just what I found on the way to her. But the third story was the charm.
Siento totalmente traicionada y sé que a lo mejor no lo digan.
Angustiada, desesperada y decepcionada. Así dice estar esta madre cubana Lillian Pais luego de que su esposo fuera deportado por la administración del presidente Trump, a quien ella le dio su voto.
Creía que quizás con el mandato del presidente, las personas que eran delincuentes eran los que se iban a ir y los que tenían pues un récord sea limpio y demás, pues iban a tener una oportunidad.
La pesadilla de Alian Méndez Aguilar comenzó en el 2019 cuando cruzó.
Do y'all dumbasses know that he has an issue? He had issues then in one of his estates, I think it was in New York, where he either overcharged or he did something to Mexicans. I think it was in New York. Something about him being sued for, racism. And it was it was not only blacks, but Mexicans that were in his hotel at that time. And this was before he was president. Do you know how? And let's get this perfectly clear. He has blacks in his corner who will simply either obey and laugh and giggle with him while earning 7 or 8 figures, by the way, 7 to 8 figures, because I think he paid Nelly, Snoop, which we all know Snoop is gonna. So I don't even know why people tripping on Snoop. Snoop is old, so I don't know why people were tripping on Snoop. So he paid Snoop and Nelly, and he played somebody else. I think it was Nas to perform at his inauguration. And people were like, Traders, like, no, they're entertainers. They ain't gonna help you set up a fucking thing. They ain't gonna help you organize. Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, they may talk a good game, but as soon as they got their check in their face, it's like, okay, what you want me to do? What you want me to do? If you want me to dress in a Santa suit, as long as I got my gold chains on, how many black folks bought them damn shoes? You remember them ugly ass Trump shoes that he produced? Y'all remember those? They were ugly, all gold and American, but y'all bought the shoes for $400. But you can't support who was it? The Ball family. You can't even support the Ball family. You can support Trump, but you won't support the Ball family. LeVar Ball and them, Mellow Ball. You won't support the Ball brothers. Y'all are pathetic. Y'all are so pathetic. Let's see what else I can get. Well, let me see what else is going down with this month. I'll finish the rest of it. Screw it. I'll finish the rest of this. I just don't know. I just can't understand for the life of me why you would support somebody this crazy and this scandalous and this stalkish.
To be very careful about that, because that's what you call a master manipulator. He's the great deceiver of time. That's what Sauron was doing in The Rings of Power. You guys go watch carefully. That's what he was doing. That's what Senator Palpatine was doing. And people fall in line. And all of a sudden, you got a dictatorship taking place, which is what Umar wants. See, Umar wants to play on your racial or trauma based on racism. Okay, there's not a black person that I know of that hasn't experienced that. Is there any black person?
That ain't the point, Lenon.
Up in here who hasn't experienced racism? Come on now, let's be real about it.
That ain't the point.
See, but Umar, he wants to stretch that out and tap into that trauma, just like he taps into the fears and trauma of.
No, what you're trying to do is you're trying to erase what's there. You trying to, like many other people before, and I don't want to see why. Racism is going to be here forever. Forever. It ain't going nowhere. And this is what your fake ass is. You can't illustrate. You can't put it in your brain long enough because you, as a person, saw it yourself, you witnessed it, you were a victim of it, and so was I. But yet you try so hard to get along with the people who despise you the most, which is very, very crazy. What? Well, just because you say hi to a bunch of, just because you wave hi to a bunch of white folks, or you shake hands with white folks, or you work with them, it makes your crooked straight. What the fuck? This is the reason why you eat lunch with them and you bathe with them. Pause. Yeah, I mean you tap dance with them. You drink with them. You think just because you do all that, it makes it right for people of their ilk to destroy your family slowly from within. Just like Elvis Cleaver and just like Huey Newton. If I was one of them, you would be eliminated. You will be excluded from the party. You can't come to the barbecue anymore. Because once you say I'm sorry to one white person, you're going to be saying sorry to all. Once you say I'm sorry, massa, that's all it is. It just takes one time to say I'm sorry. They don't like you, and damn sure don't like it. We don't like them, and they damn sure don't like us. But we have to live in this system. We have to live in this system until we get the angst, the balls. We get the illegated gall enough to gather strength and fight for what should be free. Apparently, we won't get there because we had so many differences and so many tribes, unnecessary tribes, more like cults. You got the FBI. We got to deal with so many fights. We got to deal with coons. We got to deal with radicals, certain radical ones. We got to deal with cults, not radicals, but cults. We got to deal with this. We got to deal with that. We got to deal with gender wars. We got to deal with so many things. For white people, it's publicity. For black people, it's for survival. Or I should say politics with white folks. I don't know how we're gonna survive, but I do know that the few that we take with us, we don't mind possibly one day building a village. We're building infrastructure on our own. Once we get the proper education that we need, once we get where we need to go, gather that money together, and get the hell on out. Umar gets his school up and running. That's the first step. And I wish I lived closer. I wish I was living a little closer than I am right now. I'll be up at that school every single day. I say, what can I do? We don't like to help each other. We certainly don't. I try as much as I can. I really do. I try as much as I can. But the brother is very interesting. Now, if I can get him, if I can get him on the show, if we could chop it up, it would be cool. It'll definitely be cool. I'll be in and out. Okay. What else can we get in?
Of black women, single black mothers who are worried about their sons going to the school to prison pipeline. So people be very careful. That's the point. See, this is an opportunity for us to see Umar in action. He can even get some of you all who recognize that he's a con man and a scam artist, get you riled up within the racial aspect of this, not because he necessarily believes it, but because he knows that he can use it as a manipulative ploy to trigger you so that you will take his side. See, that's what he's been doing with his followers, with this FMG school scam. It's not different, nothing different, right? But Fred, listen, I can respect that. Right? Plenty of us have gone through it. See? But at the end of the day, in my experience, overwhelmingly, the tragedies and the traumas that I experienced in my life, I'm almost 50, has been at the hands of black people. Someone would say, yeah, but that's because of proximity. Yeah. All right. And okay. Thank you, Fred, for the comment. Okay, we're gonna get back on track now. Okay, we're already 3 hours. We've got 800 people in the building. There is a poll question. I haven't checked into that. I don't know how we're doing on likes. User 225 says the nerve amalgamation of things. He picks different things at different times to tap into different demographics in terms of religion is concerned. Okay, we're gonna get back to this. Thank you, user 225. Real quick, I know I told people that I had a receipt to show you that the buildings in Wilmington, Delaware, that it had a cafe.
What's your point? Technically, it's 11. So what's your point? Why do I have an Asian in my shit anyway?
Criteria. I want to show that to you all just so that I can get this out the way. And this is on the other side of the street that Umar plans on opening up.
Oh, he must be a Lenon Honor lover. Oh, whatever.
The small building there's no cafeteria facility there. So I don't know how he's going to figure out managing that. Right. So let me share this. I'm gonna take because there's music in the background. I'm gonna take the music off and I'll skip through the part. This is an older video. I want to thank the person who sent this to me because in my research I hadn't found it.
You're here.
Left and there were two of.
What the hell?
You know what I'm talking about. All right. Let's get back to what we were going to focus on here. All right. We've been on a bit of it, but consistently.
Y'all don't see the work that get done.
Yeah, Umar, wow.
Hit the Cash App, $FD.
This dude's a straight stalker. Just stalking. See, he's getting his money. He is getting his money. And I could just go through a passage just like this, and he's doing nothing. We're just talking and talking and talking and showing old clips. And y'all fall for the shit. Why do Cookie... I ain't gonna start nothing on the Cookie Crush chat because they're a bunch of bums and a bunch of zombies. But I just wonder why anybody with any common sense would even follow this guy. Why? What's the point? Because you hate one individual? Cool. Great. It doesn't make any sense. That just doesn't make any sense. But it makes sense to him because, like I said, he's getting money. He's getting money because he's broke and he doesn't have any type of talent, any type of form of talent. Not the same way as Umar. Umar is talented in his own right. What type of talent does Lenon have other than playing the flute? You know, and on a positive note, I think Lenon Honor should take that flute, go down to a church, his church, whatever, and play with some of them white folks. They'll like it. They'll like it, and they'll like it. They'll accept him. They'll accept him off the bat. Ooh, I got 12. I tapped out at 14. So, Asian boy, you want to come up? You want to come up and be a victim? I got so many. I got time. Anybody want to be a victim? Step right on up. Anybody want to be a victim? Step right on up. But you know you ain't got the guts to do it. You love your boy so much. That's all he does. That's his only formula. That's his only bread and butter. Go to. That's his go-to. That's his bread and butter. He won't mind saying what he said because this is the internet. This is the internet. This is hi. I'm the internet, and I'm gonna see how many people I can get into the chat, and I'm gonna see how much money I make. Right? Because I'm gonna talk so much rubbish to a person that I've never met in my life. But if it was the right person, I guarantee you he will fold up like a cheap tent. Lenon Honor will fold up like a cheap freaking tent. She don't want that smoke with the right one. Umar ain't gonna do nothing. But I know somebody who would. But he ain't a killer like that. And I'm talking about specifically Tariq Nasheed. I'm just saying it as an example. He would roast the hell out of him though. Tariq would roast the hell out of Lenon. It'll be so funny. It'd be so funny. He'd be coming out with dolls and video games. Just like he did with Crispy. Just like he did with Crispy. Oh, I'm sorry. Tommy. Just like he did with Tommy Sotomayor. I used to have that video game. I used to have that video game where Tariq had that dude jump over biscuits and get as many butter biscuits as he could. I would have Lenon get all the RBG flags and crush. But you'll get I don't know, you'll get like a bunch of Africans from many different sectors to try to get Lenon Honor and Lenon Honor's escapists to try to get any many RBG flags. I don't know how I would do it. What up, everybody? I remember when he showed up on Vlad's studio, and he tried to give Tommy his Coon Award. I would do the exact same thing to Lenon. If I'm ever in Utah again, if I'm ever in Utah, I'm gonna give him an RBG. I'm gonna give him a picture of Umar and say, since you like him so much, here, put him. I bet you you won't put them next to your freaking family's picture. I'll bet you won't. I bet you won't. You be putting them on the side of your bed. Your wife be on the other side. You put them on the side of your bed. It's like, love you.
Love you too.
Umar. I forgot to do a video on Umar. That boy love him some Umar. Sick. It's just sick. Sick. 17 years of this shit. And he keeps doing it. It's crazy. It's just crazy. It is just crazy. He reminds me of Mary from Sinners. You know how she just keeps infiltrating? Same thing. I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked and I'm not surprised. I am not shocked at all. He's not a school psychologist. How would you know? He don't have 6 degrees. His father's a bugaboo. His father is this. His father is that. I thought we weren't going to be speaking about his father. I thought we were never going to speak about his father. All right, okay, I'm going to stop talking about you, you bugaboo. It's crazy. And it's sad, too. But you like shit like this. You all. You love shit like this. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck. Dude, what the hell you be getting into? Life solutions. Let's see. I forgot he has 2 of these. I almost forgot he has 2 of these. Let me see. I think I went to the wrong one. Give me a second. Let's see. I think it's not me. It's not even this video. It's not even this video. Oh, this reminds me of too much. Being a liar. He's a liar. He's a scammer. He's a liar. He's a scammer. Oh, I was right. I was right on it. Okay. I was right on it. I am right on it. I didn't know you did this many videos on her. Dude, I did not know you did this many videos on Anissa. Oh, God. That's just crazy. Let's see. Oh, so he got rid of the video. No, never mind then. But then again, let me see. Because, see, he could tell it to you better than I could. Rell can tell it to you better than I could. Let me see if I can get. And he probably wouldn't mind it. Let's see what he has done. I hate when he does that shit.
This is never ever lost a stake. All you did was you thought you was gonna make me lose my little. I'm paying them by Open Path. Open Path giving me the ability to. I'm paying them for advertisement. You think I give a fuck if you go there and they don't no longer want me to be? I'm including Lenon Honor, will be holding to this woman with the fro here. They love her to death and they honor her. They're willing to basically sacrifice their own lives and their own wives. I mean, Gerald, can you talk about the time that you begged me to quit doing Lenon Honor content because your wife and Lenon's wife, Lenon Honor's spiritual wife, were being affected by the gay rhetoric of Lenon Honor potentially being with this white man from Utah? I mean, you basically
wait. What?
You basically
wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute, bro. A white man from Utah? How you like to? Why are you like the Jasmine? And I would have to look at it. Did you send it to me? Go ahead and send it to me if you can get it. But wait a minute. We go back to that. What about a white man from Utah?
They sent me an email, begging me to stop Flacco and Shaka Kamara, who are once part of the good guys. I listened to you. I didn't tell you. I don't know how I can't relate to a man who has a wife, but he's in love with Umar Johnson. I can't relate to being in love. I relate to be a pop for Umar, and Umar rejects that type of behavior, and you're sickened by it. You're greatly sickened by the fact that Umar Johnson doesn't want you. He's not turned on by you.
Thank you.
He's not gay.
Thank you.
You want him to be. I mean, you want him to be, so you can be, you can be your feminine self. This is Rev G's feminine self. What you're seeing now is a facade of who Rev G really is. But this is what represents what Rev G really is. It's quite obviously, man, what type
I don't care about none of these assholes. I really don't. But what Rev G was unforgivable when he interviewed Anissa. It was just wrong. Dead wrong.
I could have been Kansas City. I got several cousins, and I have an older brother that lives in the city of Kansas City. If I wanted to go to Kansas City to meet and link up, and you want to fight me and kick my ass in front of your house, we could have done that years ago. I opted not to because I got better shit to do. If I ever decide to go visit my brother, I would. And I'm gonna have fun in honor, guys. And Mr. Jared Palmer obviously is feeling some kind of way. Matter of fact, Gerald's not too fond of Lenon right now, and Andrew Michelle Stewart. They're not too, they're not too happy about Lenon because Lenon took that money for years, and he wanted a raise. He said, "Look, this little $200-300 ain't enough for every month. I need $4,500." Y'all fell out. Y'all were giving him money every goddamn week to do Umar videos, and then he got tired of it. He stopped. That investing in your wife's practice. You gave your money to Lenon Honor for years, $300 to $400 a month. You paid Lenon Honor to do Umar content, and those are just the facts.
Really?
Those are just the facts. Now, like I stated, Lenon Honor is a liar. He is a scammer. He is the beggar. Lying. All the facts. I'm gonna just tell you the truth. I'm not going to hype it up or make it seem like something that's not. Lenon Honor is a fraud. He's always been a fraud. I exposed him for being a fraud years ago. People in his camp were mad at me. They were obsessed. They want to talk about Umar Johnson supporters being in a cult. It was very cult-like how Gerald Palmer and others would criticize me for talking on Lenon Honor.
Yeah, there are some ugly bitches in the Umar Johnson sector, Carrie being one of them. Yes, I said it. Claim me for being a cult, although she's known for being a back jaw, Gold 3000 type like broad. Damn near had a meltdown not once but twice on YouTube, which she basically deleted her fucking channel. Not once but twice, and then comes back and nearly gets some type of conscience. And then you have other people in the sector who proclaims to be this activist, better than Umar, knows better than Umar, has all this information, and you're working for Leonard. You're working for Lenon. You're working for AAS, Andrew Stewart, wherever you call yourself. These are the people who are agents. I call them agents, agents of chaos, agents who would literally call the FBI, call the police on a person they never met. And even if you met them one time, you met the person one time, you think you're in liberty to tell this man what to do. Like I said, stalkish, very stalkish, but the truth is truth.
Like, I dare you talk about Lenon Honor. And I'm like, I'm basically saying, who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? Okay. So what's up, Conundrum? Conundrum said, DDS, love your interview with Jamal, very insightful. SU taught you well education that Rev G and due to his bullshit on YouTube, and he still won't learn. He's worried about my career when you should be worried about your own career, because you're getting ready to retire in 5 years. Nigga, I got another 20 plus years for me to operate. Appreciate that. Simplified Accountant said, "What's up, D? Enjoyed your interview with Jamal Johnson. Videos that you received came from the AFW. He's a liar. He's lazy. He's broke. And anytime a man is crying about going to work to take care of 3 or more kids, has a problem. He has a problem, and it's quite obvious you have a problem. Okay, it's very, very obvious you have a problem.
That nigga needs some sleep.
Lenon, you have a problem with lying. You have a problem with cheating, leading people on with all kind of false promises. This is you. You're responsible for things. Let's get to that particular lie. All the lie. I'm not really tired of that particular lie.
I forgot Q was in the fuck. Nah, I forgot. God damn it. Yeah. God damn it, Q. That I should just give you I'm gonna give you a wrench tonight. You know what? Let me see if I got you in the chat. If you see Q, give him a wrench. God dang it. That's my fault. That's my fault. I keep forgetting. I keep fucking forgetting. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. Yep, he's still up there. Yep. Do I have him up there? Yes, I do. I don't know why I can't Can I give him? I can't give him a wrench from here. I don't know why I can't give him wrenches from. Maybe I give him a star. Input. No, it says input, delete. No, I can't do that. But he's there. But hold on. 1 second. Did I get this motherfucker to do it? That's my fault. That is my fault. Okay, Lisa, or rather yet, whoever has a wrench, next time, just go ahead and give him a wrench. Be more legend. I was out and about, and I had like a situation I had to deal with. So I was out and about, and I couldn't even look at the chat. So that's my fault. That is my fault. That is my fault.
Listen, all the lies. They all are lies. All those lies went away. And Living Light said, D, you look tired. Are you tired? I'm not really tired. I had a few drinks. I want you out of.
You're lying. You are lying. Ooh, stop it. Well, I can't say that he's a liar because he does drink. Trust me, he knows how to pull out some fucking drinks. Trust me. That's bro. He as long as he can handle his liquor.
Understand that Brother Jamal was very adamant that Lenon.
By the way, that what was it? That was a brilliant. That was a nice live what he did with Brother Johnson.
Honor was harassing him, and I'm going to make note. I'm going to make note of what was said. Okay. This is what Lenon Honor did.
You know, what you've been experiencing, what's been going on, what's been affecting you, and we can go from there.
Well, I'll just get to the point. This message in this conversation is directed to Lenon Honor, who's a YouTube content creator, and obviously someone who has done years of research and commentary on my son, but also on my family and myself. And
please hit the like, please hit the button, hit the smash button, smash it, as one would say. Smash it, because we know what we represent. We represent not only the lock sector, but we represent the beef sector. Hey, you ain't think I forgot about you, did you? You ain't think I forgot about you. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Like, share, subscribe to the channel.
I think it's gotten to a point where he needs to concentrate on my son if he chooses to, myself and my family, from his conversation. We have nothing to do with the issues, even though he's trying to link it all together.
Now let me stop. This is what Lenon Honor is doing. He's including him, Jamal Umar's family, where they should be involved in this.
Now, a little backstory about this. Some years ago, I did on the internet, social media, to try to persuade my son of some of his controversial and inflammatory statements about different things.
Right.
Not to bash him, but I was addressing the content that he made. Needless to say, follow him who I guess liked this salacious type of stuff, but I was very serious in what I was doing. I was not trying to in any way demean him, but I was addressing his content. As a result of that, of course, I entered into the space that many of you are familiar with and that I was very much a novice in at the time I did it. I have since truly regretted that. And I wouldn't be on here now if I didn't feel it was an extreme situation. Lenon Honor has addressed my son on what he has done and what he's accused of doing. He has misconstrued statements I've made. He's made narratives about me and my family which are totally untrue, which he cannot validate. He makes up scenarios based on dates and times and places. He does not have the accurate information because he's not talking to myself. And if he's talking to anyone who thinks they know me or is related to me, then they don't have accurate information. One thing he said recently, let me say this.
This is Lenon Honor.
I believe this, I'm positive. I'm 99.9% positive I've heard him call me a bitch at least once.
This is facts.
I know he's called my son a bitch many times.
Yes, he has. I've never heard him call you anything, but I have heard him speak ill of your son. But you did express that to me. But I'm gonna let you go ahead and explain that.
Yeah, I'm sure he called me a bitch at least once. I actually started going through.
So mainly this is just a snippet. Of course, you've seen it. If you haven't seen it, go to D-Darrell's Live. And of course, he's done this back and forth with Umar's family dozens of times. He has a severe hatred for Umar. I've expressed it. He has expressed it. His father has expressed it. They lived it. It doesn't equate to what bullshit that this man Lenon Honor has uttered out of his mouth dozens of times. It doesn't equate compare to the bullshit that someone like a AAF does. AAF, anti-Afro Bengali, whatever, some crazy ass black woman that hates Umar himself. But he takes it to the extreme, and it's the same rhetoric, the same bullshit that happens over and over and over and over again. Right? But again, he takes it way too far sometimes. He takes it way too far. And this is just proof in the pudding that if Mr. Johnson wanted to, Umar's father wanted to, he can actually take him to small claims court or some, whatever. Take it the legal route. That's what I would have done. Because if this is affecting his family, then yes, he should take legal procedures. Me, I would have beat the shit out of him. That would just be me if that was my family. But he doesn't have the guts to do that. He didn't have the guts to stalk my family the way that he does Umar's family. I don't live that far away from Lenon Honor. I don't. I do not. Try and fuck around and find out.
Do some of his own stuff to try to find it, but that's just hours and hours and hours of hearing him, and I don't want to do that. But the bottom line is this: where a lot of repeatedly has accused me of doing things I did not do, did do, and would do. He's included this unfortunate situation that's currently going on with my granddaughter and my son, and inflamed that to levels that I have to as it relates to me and my family. And we've spoken in the past, and he says it's justification for all this is because I told my son he was. I don't see how me stating that one state imaginary way towards me.
First of all, what the hell does you being related to Frederick, being a kin, or being related to Frederick, being blood related to Frederick Douglass, if that's irrelevant or not? If you are, you are. If you aren't, you aren't.
That has nothing to do with the issues that are on the forefront and are extremely controversial today. I will say this, only because he says this is the main reason why he's doing it. My son had stated many times that we are related to Frederick Douglass. I wanted to ascertain that before, so some years ago, I took a DNA test by Ancestry.com for $99. There was another gentleman who had also taken a DNA, who is a direct descendant of Frederick Douglass.
I don't trust Ancestry. I don't trust it. But then again, it is a blood test. But, I mean, how far can this DNA trace your ancestors? I don't know. I don't trust it.
His profile, my profile did not perfectly match up. Result. Neither was be experts in the field. We read in black and white.
Okay.
I came back being transparent and stated what I saw and what I concluded, so that Lenon Honor can stop using this false statement as his reason to continue to drag myself and my family in his obviously enunciations of my son and what he's doing. Now, if he's to deal with my one on this, do it. Stop using my name, stop using my family, stop using my dead wife, stop using my advocacy in my community, stop using my military time, stop using everything that he knows about me.
Lies.
In a negative way.
This is what Lenon Honor was doing. This is what this Negro was doing. This is the things that Brother Jamal is saying that I don't watch Lenon. For those that watch Lenon, y'all know this in the chat, but I don't.
He has no shame. He has no shame and no honor. That's Lenon. He has no shame. And unfortunately, the only way to get a person's attention, is through chaos, through deceitfulness. You know what I mean? Sometimes Umar or Ifi, he kind of like does this to him. He does a little bit to the attention that he gives himself. It kind of like backfires on him, and it is what it is. But when it comes to personal, I don't mind you coming at me personally, but just don't come after my family. Don't come after my family. I mean, you going back, putting my family's pictures up and I'm not saying he did that to me. I'm saying he did that to him. You gonna put his family's pictures up and shit. I mean, you gonna put his family's old pictures up, talk shit about his dead wife. I'm like, come on, bruh. Just to get Umar's attention? And y'all don't see there's a problem with that? It's crazy. I mean, but y'all support him. Y'all support a stalker. That's what you support.
I don't watch Lenon, so I don't watch him like that to be knowing what he's saying. I had no idea he was saying derogatory statements about Umar's family, particularly brother Jamal, but it's obviously the case.
I have talked to Lenon Honor online and offline. I have never insulted him, called him out his name, disrespected him or his family in any way whatsoever. And I'm extremely upset that at this point in time, in light of what's going on with my family, unfortunately as public as it is with my son and his daughter, that this guy continues to use not only my son for bait, but also my family. I'm sure he can get enough views and clicks just from my son. He doesn't need me. He doesn't need my family. I've reached out to some legal figures to ask them what can be.
Okay, we have a little bit of technical.
And to hear this and then to be told from their friends what they may have seen or heard on YouTube about their grandfather and their father is ridiculous. I don't have a stake in this thing. This is something that he needs to take up with my son and my son alone. Leave me out of it. Leave my family out of it. Leave my wife out of it. Leave my children out of it. And this is the message I want to get to him.
That's how.
Now, this is the message.
Oh yeah.
Hold on, guys.
The reaction message. I almost forgot.
This is the message. This is what he was saying. You see, he taking it lightly. Like seriously, this was Lenon Honor's response. Let me play it one more time.
And say that he's been attacked by the Cookie Crush. I ain't related to not one of y'all. Okay. I can imagine Jamal, man. He was attacking me. And he keep on talking about me. You know. All right, man. I ain't gonna talk about you again. Stop sending me messages, you bugaboo. Anyway.
That's an ass whooping. I don't give a fuck. If that was my dad, and if he gave me the green light, we off. I don't care who's there. I'm dragging his ass out of his house. If my father, if he was alive, and he would have did that to my father, and my father would have contacted me or my brothers and gave me the green light, we would have taken a field trip. He's attacking me. Y'all don't see, and what baffles me is y'all don't see it's a problem. Y'all just see it's just entertainment. Okay, all right. We love to entertain too. We love to entertain the shit too. All right. We love to entertain shit. How many entertainment? How many times? Who is like you know those that punching thingamajiggy? I forgot what it was. It's like whenever you punch the bag or whatever, you punch the bag and it dials up points or it dials up your score. We're gonna see how much I'm using that to an extent, and I'm using his face to see how many bones I can break at that point if I was given the green light. But Jamal being, or Mr. Johnson being the person that he is, I'm sure he doesn't want that type of drama. I don't blame him. I'm just saying if that were me. Because you don't attack families. You don't attack families and you don't attack kids. The mother has nothing to do with this. The kids have nothing to do with it. What about my family? No one said anything about, no one over here said anything about Lenon's family. I said it before. I agree, and others should agree as well, that kids are off limits. Kids are totally off limits. But he did do something fucked up to his family. I mean, he's the one that orchestrated the shit. And he has to admit, he did orchestrate the shit by saying that one of his sons was dying of cancer, and we came to find out that it wasn't true at all. It was not true at all. We have it. So when D. Durrell says that he's a liar and a manipulator and a cheat and all this, please believe what he says, because it's the proof is in the pudding. If you're going to sell old shit for a high price just to get out of the hood and ended up in a white town like Utah, how do you transition? And you don't, and by the way, you don't even work. So you don't even work. You work part-time at Walmart somewhere. And I remember D. Durrell something about him finally using his computer degree. But anyway, you transitioning and using the people to send you money to go from one end of the spectrum, going to the West Coast all the way, or go to the another part of the spectrum all the way to another part of the spectrum, going from LA to Utah. It's crazy. And you use the people just like Umar did, or Umar is doing, as you proclaim that he's doing.
Now this is Lenon Honor, the great father, the great spiritual husband, the failed lecturer, educator, and all this other craziness that people believe. What I do now, guys, is I want to start talking about the scammer named Lenon Honor. See, a lot of you don't realize that Lenon Honor participated in a great deal of scams. Now, the most notable scam, in my opinion, was the fact that he scammed his subscribers out of donating to his son's medical procedure, which was free because this lame Negro is not on paper being in the house, and his wife is able to file to get government benefits, and they had Medicaid. So how if you had Medicaid, everything is free when you got Medicaid, but before you do a procedure like that, you have to do what's called you have to be pre-authorized. Once you are pre-authorized and then authorized to do the service, Medicaid pays the insurance. They approve for the insurance for the hospital to do whatever procedure they were on your son. And I had a goal of $10,000. $10,000 is what he was
$10,000
to have paid for that procedure. Lenon Honor within a few days raised over $9,500. He raised that money. Okay, he raised that money, and you know what happened? He later said, "Oh, it was malignant. My son's okay now. Appreciate you all." And he kept the $9,500.
And Umar's a scammer? Really? If Umar is such a scammer, where did you get your priorities from? It's like I said, that boy love him some Umar. I'm on gonna get up out the hood. The drug dealers are looting in my lawn. This is what this Negro said. The drug dealers are looting in my lawn. The black folks is playing their music too loud. I could go on and on and on about this. As a matter of fact, you pissed me off. Let me see what the consequence is. This boy pissed me the fuck off. And I was supposed to be in bed. Oh my goodness gracious. Ooh. Ooh. They are still looting? Damn. Y'all check out y'all local news. Check out your local news because it's getting crazy out there right now. And Maxine Waters was out there. I looked at first, I was like, old lady, if you don't get your old ass on out the way before they shoot you. I looked closer, it was Maxine Waters, like, oh shit. So I think she made some type of statement. I asked the question though, what can she do? So turn on your local news. Turn on your local news. Let me see. Turn on your local news. Give me. Nope, that wasn't the one. That was not the one. That was not the one. Let me see here. Oh, this one. Oh, it's this one. I just wait. I might be wrong. Dang, I wish I could. I have it, but wait a second. Wait a second. Oh boy. I don't have to say much. I do not have to say much at all. Race is just a concept. Race is just a concept. Race is just a concept. This is one dumb nigga. Let me see. Race is just a concept. No. We can. I guess it's gonna have to. Hold on a second. Who's that with the GoFundMe of $10,575,000? Wow, a GoFundMe. This nigga had a GoFundMe. But you know what? Let me go back. Let me go back because I can't find the original. But that's just fine. Just motivation. No, that's what he wanted to do. Okay, we can just go with this. We can go with this. We can go with this. Do-do-do-do-do. Shouts out to examination. Wow.
Both for begging. So what's the
Yeah, well, hold on. You're talking about two
questions? What are your thoughts on people with extensive begging histories criticizing Umar for begging?
Let me stop right there. And Brother Dipian went right into it. This nigga Brother Dipian went right into it. He basically was like,
I don't have to say much without actually just pulling out actual receipts of him crashing out, but you have to accuse Umar crashing out.
like what is it like? Oh shit. Gotta be men and father.
I don't see. It's just like if it's two homeless people begging for money on the side of the street and one person is saying, "Oh, why are you begging? You're such a lazy person."
Yeah,
like,
but wait a minute. You're
both for begging. So what's the
yeah?
difference?
Well, hold on. You're talking about two different beggars. You called them bums on the street. Well, that's a false equivalency. So let me explain this.
Now you're trying to use big ass words. A false equivalency. What the fuck is a false equivalency? Either it's equivalent or it's not equivalent.
Thank you.
See, this is what happened when dumbass people try to use words and they don't know how to use shit correctly. It's not a false. That's like an oxymoron statement. Either something is equal or it's not equal. It can't be falsely equal. It's equal or unequal, not false equivalency. Then the dumbass trying to say beggars, there's different types of beggars. Well, Lenon, what kind of motherfucking beggar are you? You think you're an honest beggar? An honest beggar or a beggar who scams is still a beggar. So, Lenon, are you saying you're a beggar? Because that's what you're you're saying there's two different types of beggar. Okay. Are you saying Umar's a beggar and you're a beggar? So what you're saying, you both are beggars? Are you admitting to being a beggar? No, you're a beggar. You're a scammer beggar.
If someone needs help and they genuinely need help, they can ask for help. On the other hand, if someone says that they're going to open up a school back in 2010 and says it's going to open in 2013 and starts collecting money back in 2019, and here we are in 2021, over 11 years later, that's a different dynamic. Would you agree?
But begging is begging, don't you agree?
No, wait a minute. No.
Exactly.
I asked you a question. Would you agree that it's a different dynamic? Yes or no?
It's not different. It's okay.
You don't have to make it personal. So you don't have to call them a piece of shit. You don't got to do any of that. Ask you a direct question. If someone genuinely needs help and he asks for that help and he receives that help versus someone who back in 2009 said he starts collecting money for a school, and in 2010 he actually says he's going to open in 2013, continues to ask for money, and now here we are in 2021 and is still asking for money. Don't you think that that's a different dynamic? Yes or no?
It's only different if you are making excuses.
No. I don't want to say it's
don't cut them off.
Problem. I mean, it's a yes or no question. Is it a false equivalency?
You just keep let them express out it. Let them express out it really fast. Sure.
To make yes or no.
No.
Now I have to dismiss you because that's illogical.
No, see, your boy Spotted Shot him stood fast to what he believed in. He thought that
crashing
by
out.
saying that he put Spotted Shot him in a corner,
Hey,
and that Spotted Shot him was going to
hey,
yield.
it was no different. It was no different from when Umar was talking with the so-called preacher boy. No different. Well, who the you? It's gonna take some time, but you will make this. Tanya, honey, dear. If wait, it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, I definitely want to take. I definitely want to take the time to just say that we don't have but so much time on this earth, and I always say cherish the things that you love. Cherish your loved ones. Cherish your family. Cherish the times that you share with each other, whether it be your mother, your father, your sister, your brother, your uncles, cousins, nieces, nephews, anyone. You don't know when your ticket's gonna be punched. Right now, I'm not saying suffering. I don't want to use the word suffering because we suffered too much. We suffered a lot, but I will tell you that there's a healing process that's taking place for the few that know spirituality, because we don't talk much about spirituality. We just don't. And Sister Tanya, she's going through. She is going through, and I want to send my prayers, my condolences to her family, and you go over to Hammer Nation, give her a shout out. It'd be much appreciated. Just go over to Hammer Nation. She's very old schoolish, very pleasant, very pleasant to be around. Hell, she makes me laugh. She makes me laugh every time she comes up here. She makes me laugh. I'm glad to have her. I'm glad to have her. But Tanya, my email is here. My email is there. Just if you want, you can just leave your not personal information, but you know what I mean. And I will give it to Lisa. So y'all can have that girl. Y'all can have that one-on-one girl talk. Y'all can have that one-on-one peacetime. But yeah, it's crazy. Going back to and that's another thing. You keep conjuring this dude keeps conjuring up spirits, bad spirits. And we got Tanya coming up. Hey there. Hi.
Well, I'm going to a dinner today because I was nominated for a 2025 Star Award for Easter Seal. So I just got nominated. So,
Congratulations.
yeah,
Congratulations.
yeah. But thank y'all for the for the thing I have to face in a couple of days. Um, it's it's just unbelievable. That's what I think it is. And because I went to two funerals with her just before my birthday, and I didn't think I was going to go to hers. So I have to face that with the rest of the Hicks families facing this. So it's going to be a long, emotional day on Thursday.
Yeah, I know. And me and the lock sector, we send our our prayers to you and your condolences to you and your family. Um, I've been through it. I know how it feels. I hate funerals. I do, but
You know,
it,
I've lost my mom, my stepmom, my grandparents, my aunt, and it's a club I want to resign from. You know, it's a club that I really want to resign from. I don't have a membership to this club, but I'm in this club permanent.
that's good. That's good. Definitely happy for you. You said it was Thursday, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Cause I
Okay.
access link from New Jersey picking me up, so that's here. We have that here in Jersey.
Okay. Damn,
Yeah.
that's
So thank you all very much.
not a problem. Not a
Yeah.
problem at
So
all.
thank you very much to Be On My Nation. Although we haven't met, I don't know all of y'all, but thank y'all for I'm not alone in this thing I got to do. So thank y'all, and um,
You're never alone. You're never alone. You're never alone with me.
okay, see ya.
I'll see you. All right. Yeah, it's a real bad um when we're talking about people with cancer and stuff and going through what we go through. Cancer is no joke. Um, get screened for those who are in your 40s. Definitely get screened for it. Uh, kids can develop, and also kids can develop cancer at a very early age, but you can catch it. You can definitely catch it. Chadwick Boseman died of cancer, colon cancer, stage 4. Uh, we will miss that brother. It's kind of funny. It's kind of strange. Us in the United States have all these different type of chemicals to try to treat a disease, but other remedies from, let's say, African cultures, they often have a more treatable, if you know what I mean, a more treatable cure. We take certain things for granted. Just like Dr. Sabi. Dr. Sabi proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that if we treat our bodies just like we treat plants, we will be free from all sickness and disease. Yet the government wants to put their hands on everything. I don't even know what I do with that shit. But like I said, um, give blessings for, give prayers up for Mrs. Tanya. Visit her page at Hammer Nation. Um, she usually gives good content. She does play some good music. She does play some good music. I mean, YouTube might have a problem with that, but hey, for a woman who is, I think, I don't want to say living by herself and going through this much trauma, she needs this much support. She needs this much support. But let me give this a good. But we're gonna finish up on the show. We're gonna finish up a few more minutes and then we out of here.
To his point of view. Spinal shot him said, hell no. It's the same goddamn thing. Now you want to dismiss him. No. Why don't you you claim to be the spiritual guru, this intellectual.
He's not.
Why not just have intellectual discourse?
He won't.
And prove yourself to be right.
He's not.
But no, that's what punk ass Lenon does. He dismisses someone and take them off of the platform. You see, for all the Lenon lovers,
You remember how I used to do it in 2019 and part of 2020. I welcome your points of views. I never dismissed anybody unless they got outrageous and disrespectful. See, if that would have been me, we were going to process this issue. I'm not going to sit here and allow you to say a statement without me giving a rebuttal to discredit what you're saying. But see, Lenon doesn't have that level of intelligence. Therefore, he gets frustrated and he just dismisses people. See,
Who the fuck are you?
Ooh.
And the reason why you're so upset is because
who the fuck are you? Everybody does that, Lenon. Everybody gets on platforms and talk shit. They do it to me. They do it to TC. They do it to Flacco. Shit, they do it to you. You think you're in a position of your own where nobody can't talk about your crazy looking ass? Please.
Because you once had a wrench, and when I took that wrench away, your bitch ass took it so personally, and now look how you act.
Now you're a bitch ass.
I didn't take it.
Your bitch ass. Well, he's connected it. Your bitch ass. Your bitch ass.
Personally,
no, listen. I don't want to hear it, bro. You took it personally.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. And you've been acting a damn fool ever since. And I'm not the one who said this, because I normally don't even get into this. People know this. Inside the chat room, yes or no? Do I do this back and forth? No.
You look like you were an expert to me.
Wait a minute. What you mean back and forth? You don't do panels.
No, you don't.
And you don't do call-in shows. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Oh, no, you do not. Because if you did do call-in shows, I would have, woo. We would have had some fun, boy. Talk about content.
To do this on the weekends.
And your bitch ass, now you want to act like a little bit. Well, I don't you think it's hypocritical, but you didn't have a problem back when you had a wrench. See, this is what you call bitch shit.
Ooh, bitch shit,
and if you want to bring it, questions and you want to deflect, well, it's only.
You called to say this is bitch shit.
Bitch shit.
I don't want to hear all that. It's a yes or no answer. You can't give a yes or no answer because you're illogical and you're emotional about this. And why not just be man enough to say, hey, look, Lenon, I don't agree with you criticizing Umar, even though I was one of your moderators and I used to do the same thing and I supported you. I don't think you should criticize Umar because there was a time where you asked for donations. Just come out and say that.
Just wanted to prove to you that if Lenon Honor, and I might be doing a part 2 for this one, if Lenon Honor has all these pent-up feelings and frustrations that when things don't go his way, he gets a little temper tantrum, where do you think he got that from? He sure didn't get it from Umar. But one clip of Umar losing his cool, he's supposed to be held accountable. This is what's called, ladies and gentlemen, a stalker. I'll be seeing you. And again, they keep Tanya in our prayers. Peace and love, everyone.